All right, my spookies. It's the final Christmas marathon of the year. Or is it? And tonight we're unwrapping something special. 7 little gifts from the Weekly Spooky Vault, each one tied with a bow. Because here's the thing about the holidays. The lights look warmer when the dark is deeper. The carols sound prettier when you're not sure who's humming along. And every tradition, Secret Santa, a babysitting job on Christmas Eve, the perfect family dinner, the sentimental card in the mailbox, has a shadow version of itself waiting to crawl out when you're tired, snowed in, and convinced you're safe. So, pour the hot cocoa, check the locks, and if you hear something on the rooftop go click, 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 don't get excited. Some of these stories have ghosts, some have curses, and some have a Santa-shaped problem that doesn't care if you've been naughty or nice. So enjoy your holiday horror anthology, cozy, creepy, and mean-spirited in the most festive way possible. Make sure you're subscribed for more brand new Christmas frights next week. So dim the lights and let that Christmas tree take over. It's time to press play and open the first present. All I Want for Christmas is My Mother to Stop Haunting Me by Bruce Haney. The Holly family was big on Christmas. They celebrated all the major holidays enthusiastically, but Christmas was the one they went all in on. Carol Holly, the family's matriarch, was the big driving force for the entire family. She was the one who planned and organized their elaborate decorations that included 100 rolls of lights and various inflatables, as well as a few classic blow mold decorations. She believed in the separation of the holiday, so when her children tried to convince her to put up one of those 12-foot skeletons with a Santa hat on it, she wouldn't have it. This love for the holiday and her striving for perfection were the thing that ended Carol's life. It happened on Christmas Eve, while the family was enjoying hot cocoa before taking their annual family photo in front of the decorated house. The mother took one last look to ensure everything was just right. That was when she noticed that the Santa that was installed on the roof behind the chimney, in order to look like he had just popped his head out, was slightly crooked. No, it's crooked. It's ruining the effect. Just give me 1 minute, she said. Before anyone could argue, she was already pulling out the ladder and climbing up on the roof like she had so many times before. It's fine, Ma. Let's just get the photo. It's cold out here, Paul, her oldest son, pleaded. Her response was to throw him a dirty look. The rest of her children, as well as her husband, let it go at that. They knew there was no sense in arguing. Paul was their oldest boy at 27 years old. He was the assistant manager at their family's hardware store. His wife and kids were waiting inside until it was time for the extended family photo. Besides Paul, the children of Carol and Todd Holly included Kyle and Melissa. Melissa was the youngest at 20 years old. She hadn't quite figured out what she wanted to do with her life. Her parents weren't happy when her gap year went from 1 to 2. They were starting to suspect that she wouldn't go to college at all. Kyle was their youngest boy. He was 21 and in college studying to be a dental hygienist. They were worried that his obnoxious personality might not be ideal for his chosen career path. When they heard Carol scream, they all looked up just in time to see her slipping. For a second, things seemed okay as she tried to grab the chimney for support, but instead of it stopping her, she fell inside, head first. "Oh no!" Todd yelled and ran to the ladder to climb up. Paul followed him. Her screaming grew louder. Kyle pulled out his cell phone and dialed 911 while Melissa ran inside. Within the house, she heard people screaming. When she entered the front room and saw that the fireplace was lit and saw her mother in flames hanging out the opening, she began to scream as well. Paul's wife, Amanda, ran to the kitchen to get water to try to put Carol out. By the time she got back, Grandpa Henry's screams intensified as his hands and arms were severely burnt from trying to pull his daughter Carol out of the chimney. She was wedged tight, with only her head sticking out. Amanda threw the water on her to extinguish the flames, but it was obvious to everyone that she was already dead. The Holly house was just as decorated the following year, but something looked off. Their mother's touch was missing, her eye for perfection. The strings of lights were up, but not pulled as tight as she would have. The inflatables were all out, but not angled for the optimal view from the street. Inside, the family sat in the living room, listening to their mother's Christmas playlist as they usually did after taking the family photo. Their mother wasn't the only one who was missed. Paul's wife and kids didn't come. They were too traumatized from the year before. Grandpa Henry had refused to ever step foot in the house again after watching his daughter burn to death. This year, the fireplace was left unlit, as it had been since that horrible night. The Hollies now exclusively relied on the heat from their HVAC system. Melissa flipped through the images of their little photo shoot on the back display of her Canon EOS while sucking on a large candy cane. "The house looks like shit," Melissa said while shaking her head. "Melissa!" Kyle said, and then looked at their father to gauge his reaction. "She's right. Your mother had the touch for making it look good. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent out there trying to get it to look just like she would have," Todd said. "It did feel surreal when I pulled in," Kyle said. "Surreal?" Paul asked. "Yeah," Kyle replied, then took his cell phone out. "Dorkface, what is the definition of surreal?" Then he covered his mouth slightly. "I renamed my phone assistant to Dorkface." Melissa gave him a sarcastic 2 thumbs up. "Good evening, Kyle. The definition of surreal, according to Webster's dictionary, is strange, not seeming real, like a dream." "It's the correct usage," Kyle said. Paul ignored this. "I just felt sad. I thought the house looked..." A clunking sound came from the chimney, stopping Paul mid-sentence. "What was that?" Kyle asked. "Probably some old soot or something," Melissa replied. They all listened intently for any other noise. If it wasn't for the Christmas songs playing on the smart speaker, it would have been complete silence. When a hand came out from the chimney chute, they all screamed. It was followed by another, and then a head. The thing squeezed through and crawled out. Once it was on the floor, it stood up and smiled at them. Their screaming stopped as they were now in shock to see in front of them that it was their dead mother. "Merry Christmas!" Carol said. They didn't respond, so she added a "Happy Christmas Eve!" The family still just stared. "Well, aren't you happy to see your mother on the eve of our favorite holiday?" Carol asked. Her children and husband all asked questions, not giving her time to answer a single one of them. "But you died," Kyle said. "In that very spot," Melissa added, pointing to the fireplace. "Did you go to heaven?" Todd asked. "Mom, what are you doing here?" Paul choked out. The mother looked at the faces of her family before deciding on what to say. "I'm here for the holidays, nothing less, nothing more." Carol smiled at her family and held out her arms for hugs. They all hesitated, but eventually they approached and hugged the dead matriarch. The Holly family listened to Christmas music, ate snacks, and caught their mother up on all the new things that had happened in their lives in the last year. Carol told them nothing about the afterlife. This cycle continued the next year as well. The whole family, including Paul's wife and kids, came this time. They all waited by the fireplace as those who were there argued about what time she appeared last year. "It was 9 p.m., Melissa said. "It was 8:45 p.m., Paul corrected. He always thought he was right because he was the oldest. Paul's wife and children were trying to have an open mind, but they never believed Paul after he came home and told them that his mother had come back for Christmas. Regardless, they supported him and were there for him. Well, she did most of the supporting. The little ones were still kind of clueless as to what was happening. Their daughter Layla was only 3 when it happened. Amanda worried that the image of her grandma burning alive might just be her first memory. Their son Aiden was only 1, so no fear there. But now that he was the one to turn 3, could she be setting him up for a traumatic first memory as well? At 8:45 p.m., they heard a noise coming from the chimney. Amanda looked at the fireplace nervously, while the rest of the family looked on with excitement. The mother came down, and another great family Christmas happened. They caught her up on their lives and asked her about hers. Well, it's hard to explain, was what she would answer most often, always being vague about what the afterlife was like. This year they noticed that she was a bit confused, no longer remembering their lives in detail, and sometimes even mixing up her own children's names. The following year, when she came, they all had their usual fun, but the mood was different because she was even more confused, which led to an underlying frustration on her part. Noticing this, they decided not to let her avoid their questioning. This was their mother, and they couldn't possibly let her suffer. "What's going on?" Paul asked. "Why do you seem off?" Melissa added. Carol took in a deep breath. "This takes a lot out of me. Each year that I return, I become a little more confused." "Why?" Kyle asked. "Why do you think I'm the only ghost you've ever seen? Why there aren't other beings like me everywhere?" "There is a huge cost to what I'm doing." "Then you shouldn't do it," Kyle said. "Mom, don't hurt yourself for us." "It's not for you, dear. I wish it was. It's for me. I'm willing to give up my afterlife for more time with my family." She finally said it, something she promised she would never tell her family. But she was tired, and her confusion was beginning to take such a hold that she even forgot she made that promise to herself. Todd, her husband, gave her a big hug and a fake smile. "Why don't we all open presents?" Carol's eyes lit up. It was always her favorite part, seeing all her children and extended family smiling as they opened their gifts. The rest of the night was filled with joy, and that subject was not brought up again. All year, their mother's weakening state was the family's main discussion. So they planned to meet at the house on Halloween night and try to change things. And what if she is being truthful and she's trading her afterlife? Paul asked. I don't want to stop seeing Mom, Melissa protested. But what if we are blessed enough to reach the afterlife when we pass, and she's not there? Paul inquired. They all sat with this. So, what is the plan if we go for it, Kyle? Todd asked his youngest son. Okay, so I've been asking all the Wiccan girls for advice at college, and they helped me figure out a plan. Kyle pulled out a notebook that had loose papers tucked in it. They don't believe me, though, so now all the cute goth chicks think I'm crazy. Does that hurt or help your chances? Melissa asked. Hardy har, Kyle quipped. Then he thought for a second. Actually, I'm not sure. Is Kyle's love life the most important thing to discuss right now? Todd asked. Love life or lack thereof? Melissa joked. Melissa, stop teasing your brother. Todd scolded. The family helped in setting up the ritual. Black candles were lit and salt was placed. All the usual cliches. Are we sure we want to do this? Melissa asked. No, I don't want to do this, their father said. They all looked at him as if this was what they were all thinking too. But it is the right thing to do. She sacrificed her whole life for this family. We can't let her sacrifice her afterlife as well. I hate this, Paul said as he looked at his father. But you're right. Should we begin? Kyle asked. Yes, Melissa, Paul, and Todd said in unison. Okay, take my hands. With the room lit only by the black candles, they began their ritual. Repeat after me. We are one, Kyle said. We are one, they all repeated. We seek the one we love. We seek the one we love, they repeated. Mother, come to us like you have in the past. Come to us, let no time pass. It wasn't Kyle's borrowed magic that brought her back. It was their connection. The strength of their family bond. It was only moments after starting that the candles began to flicker, and the ghost of their mother appeared. Unlike her usual holiday self, she came as a spirit, floating above the table. What's wrong? Why have you called me? Mother, we aim to set you free, Kyle said, then glanced at the rest of his family. Repeat after me. Mother, you are free. Mother, you are free, his siblings and father repeated. You must not return to our plane, Kyle said. You must not return to our... His family began to repeat, but stopped when their mother suddenly swiped at Kyle, scratching his face. You dare, after all I have done, try to get rid of me? She said. Then her eyes burst into flames as she looked upon the faces of her family. To her, they all looked evil. Kyle started again. You can't return to our plane. You can't return to our plane, the rest repeated. Then Kyle began to blow out the black candles. Carol floated higher above them, and the rest of her body burst into flames as he blew out the rest of the candles. You can't do this to your mother, she screamed. Kyle quickly blew out the last candle, and she disappeared. That sucked, Kyle said. We did it, Paul added. That's what matters, Todd said. I hope by not coming back that her mind and soul is returned to what it used to be, Melissa said. Can the soul heal? Kyle questioned. He looked for a response, but nobody answered. When Christmas came, the family gathered as they always did at the Holly House. There was talk about taking a family vacation and getting out of town instead, but with their busy lives, they never got it together. This year, they did make changes to the house, including replacing some of the older Christmas decorations with LEDs. Their mother had been talking about it for years, but she loved the look of the old incandescent bulbs too much to make the leap. Todd did it mainly because he didn't want to troubleshoot the ancient bulbs this year. The other big change was that Kyle got his way. They finally got one of those 12-foot-tall skeletons, though their father insisted that it be fully Christmasized. It had a Santa hat, a red coat, and a beard. At 8:45 p.m., like clockwork, she burst out of the chimney, looking more like she did during the seance. Flames now perpetually surrounded her, which made all her skin blacken and crack. Her lips and eyelids had burned away, causing her teeth and her eyes to be exposed. The mouth was ghoulish, but her eyes were even worse. They were charred gibbous spheres that lost all their nuanced color, and all that was left were pale, blue irises. If she wasn't a spectral creature, you would wonder how she could be seeing anything at all. Her family wasn't there to greet her because they weren't expecting her this year. This added to her anger, which increased as she flew through the house looking for them. Didn't they want to see her? When she spotted her family outside through the front window, she saw that they were goofing around while taking the yearly family photo. This made her even angrier. How could they be happy and goofing around after what they did to me? Paul was trying to be in the spirit this year and was wearing a Santa hat. "I can set the delay on the camera," Paul said. "You're going to fuck it up," Melissa retorted. "No, I'm not. You press the button and run into the frame. How hard is it? Plus, I'm the tallest. I have long legs to get back the quickest. It gives you 15 seconds and you're 10 feet away. I could do it with my short little legs," Kyle added. The mother flew out through the wall and into their Santa blow mold, possessing it. That piece was the first decoration that Todd and she had bought on their first Christmas, before any of the children were around. "Whatever, I'm already here. The button is pressed," Paul said, and then ran over to join his family. They all smiled and waited for the camera to go off. The mother was furious at how they could enjoy themselves on Christmas without her. The blow mold had no articulation, so she had to pivot back and forth to move the thing. It was dreadfully slow, but she was able to move it just enough to get into the frame of the photo. It was the last photo they would all ever take together. The picture went off. "See? Easy," Paul said. "Sure it was," Melissa added. "Can we open presents now?" young Layla asked. "Not yet, but we can go in and have hot chocolate," Paul told his child. "Yay!" Layla grabbed her younger brother's hand and ran towards the house. Amanda put her arm around her husband, and then they followed. The rest of the family did as well, except for the father. "You coming, Dad?" Melissa asked. "We're going to have hot chocolate." "In a minute," Todd said. Melissa shook her head in understanding and left her father. Todd walked around for a bit, looking at the house and all the decorations. "We did an okay job, right, Carol?" he said to himself. As he looked around, he eventually focused on the chimney where she had had her accident. "I miss you," he said under his breath. Looking for a happier memory, He turned to observe their blow mold. As their oldest piece, it held the most memories. That was a decoration he could never replace. But it wasn't there. He knew the value had gone up on vintage blow molds, but he never thought someone would steal his. He looked around, hoping to see it elsewhere. The wind was known to move the lightweight thing. Then he saw it, flying through the air at him. He tried to duck, but it was too late. There simply wasn't enough mass for the thing to kill him. But she got lucky. When she hit him as hard as she did, he stumbled back and fell. His head cracked open when it hit one of the cement steps leading to the house. She flew out of the blow mold, letting it drop to the ground as she neared the house. In the kitchen, Paul was waiting for the kettle to heat up to make the hot chocolate. He had 7 ceramic cups set out, 1 for each of them, not knowing that his father was now dead and would not be partaking. As he looked at the chrome kettle, he thought he saw someone behind it. He didn't turn around. They all had been a little on edge that night, and he thought it was just his nerves. Though they banished their mother's spirit to save her, they each secretly wished for her to come back. The thing in the reflection moved, and he couldn't resist. He turned around, but nothing was there. "Mom?" Paul said. Behind him, he heard the familiar voice of the smart speaker, playing Mom's Christmas Classics playlist. Paul was excited to see his mother again, but then got a flash in his memory of Halloween and how mad she was. The kettle began to whistle. He looked at it and again saw her reflection, though this time she was closer, and he could tell she was the version of her they saw at Halloween. Paul tensed up as he saw her moving towards him with her hand out. When she got to him, she swiped at his head, taking the Santa hat off of it. From the other room, Melissa yelled, "Paul, the kettle's going off!" Paul turned around just in time to see his mother, who was engulfed in flames, place the hat on her head. How it and everything around her didn't catch fire, he didn't understand. "How festive," she said. You look nice," Paul lied. "Ah, son, give me a hug." Paul backed away as she put her flaming arms out. He looked at her and saw that she was right up against the counter and not affecting it. So he thought, maybe I could hug her and not burn. But it wasn't just the flames that made him hesitate. She was scary looking, and she didn't appear friendly. "Paul, the kettle! It's annoying!" Kyle yelled from the front room. "What's the matter, sweetie?" she said, trying to give him doe eyes. But without eyelids, she wasn't selling it well. But Paul never could refuse his mother, and so he went in for the hug. She held him tight, and he too burst into flames. Her grip tightened as he screamed and flailed around. Amanda was the first one to enter the kitchen. "Oh, my favorite daughter-in-law," Carol said. "Your only daughter-in-law," Amanda replied. Carol dropped her dead son's body to the floor. This initiated Amanda's fight-or-flight response. She screamed and ran back to the front room. In the front room, Melissa and Kyle were moving towards the kitchen. Melissa nervously chewed on her ever-present at the holidays candy cane. Amanda burst out of the kitchen and beelined to her children, whom she grabbed up one in each arm. In normal circumstances, Leia was getting a little too big to carry with one arm, But these were not normal circumstances. "She's back! We've got to get the fuck out of here!" She yelled at them and then ran out the front door, leaving. Their mother floated into the front room as Amanda exited the house. Amanda wasn't her concern. She was here to punish her own children. From outside, as they stared at the rotting, floating Santa hat-wearing, living corpse of their mother, they heard a car start. She looked towards the window and watched as the car dramatically sped backward into the street and then sped off. She looked back at Melissa and Kyle. "Ah, isn't this nice? Just me and my children for Christmas." "Well, what's left of them," Carol said. Melissa took out the candy cane she had been sucking on. "What the fuck, Mom?" "What's going on? Why do you look like that?" Kyle asked. "Because my ungrateful family tried to cast me out." "That's not it at all. We were just..." Melissa began to say. But she was startled when Carol grabbed the large candy cane that she had been working on. Carol looked at it for a moment in her hand. Melissa had worked a nice point into it. Melissa changed her approach. "We're so glad to see you, Mother." "Didn't I warn you if you keep eating these, you're going to get a cavity?" "Sorry, Mom. You're right." Carol didn't respond to this in words. She cocked her arm that was holding the candy cane back and then thrust it towards Melissa. Though it was done in one quick movement, to Melissa, it felt like her life had entered slow motion. She watched in horror as the sharp end of the extra-large candy cane moved towards her face, then made its way through her cornea, pupil, and then the lens. This is when she started screaming. But those screams would end soon enough as the candy cane continued through the eyeball, then through her brain, before smashing into the back of her skull and shattering, leaving bits of candy cane that would have needed to be removed by a surgeon, except for the fact that any surgery at this point was useless, because she was dead. "And then there was only one," Carol said. Kyle didn't waste time with a response or trying to reason with her. He took off running out the front door. She took a shortcut through a wall. She looked around the exterior of the house for what she could use to kill her ungrateful child. Perfect, she thought, when she saw it. She would use the thing that pissed her off the most when she came back. That dumb 12-foot skeleton that they dressed as Santa. Kyle looked at his car and ran towards it, having to jump over the corpse of his father. When he got to the car, he checked for his keys. No keys. "Fuck!" he yelled out loud, remembering that he had a bad habit of hanging up his keys whenever he was here, even though he hadn't lived at home in years. Kyle looked at her, now in giant skeleton form, then looked at the house and decided to just run. Kyle could run fast, but the gait of a 12-foot plastic skeleton was impressive. Though she moved slower, she was closing the gap. Kyle was nearly out of his mind, fearful and shocked at what had happened in his life. Running in fear and without looking, he ran into a group of carolers, knocking a few of them over. "Hey, watch where you're going!" one of them yelled. But he kept running. "How rude," a woman said. "Kids today," another replied. Then they all saw the skeleton and understood. They all screamed loud enough that the other neighbors started coming out of their houses. Luckily for them, Carol in skeleton form was on a mission, so she didn't attack any of them. Another fortunate thing for them was that her spirit inhabiting it did not add any weight to the plastic skeleton's mere 95 pounds. So she did no permanent damage as she stepped on the knocked-over carolers. "Son, where are you going, my dear? It's Christmas. Don't you want to spend it with Mommy?" she asked as she chased her son and looked for something to murder him with. She didn't think her bare skeleton hands would be enough. She thought about throwing him, but was unsure of how successful that would be unless she had a good target. As she passed each yard, she looked and gauged the murderability of the yard decorations, but was finding nothing. Most of the yards were filled with inflatable characters and light projectors. Finally, she caught up to him. She came across a yard with a North Pole sign that looked solid. In her rotted mind, she thought it would be perfect for punishing her youngest son. He screamed as she picked him up and continued to scream as she threw him high in the air. The last thing he saw was his mother's smiling face as his body landed on the metal North Pole sign. It pierced his back and exited through his heart as he slid down to the ground. The jaw on the skeleton moved into a smile as she spoke. "Now I have my family back." Epilogue. Kyle woke up in what appeared to be his family's living room with all his siblings. His dad was there, and so was his brother and sister. "God, I just had the worst dream," Kyle said. "Yeah, it's not a dream," Melissa replied, with the candy cane still sticking out of her eye. "That's what I first thought when I woke up here, too." "We're dead," Paul sighed. He was as burnt as his mother. Their father got up. "Let's not dwell on the bad. Let's just be thankful that we're finally together as a family." "It's a real Christmas miracle," Melissa said. "It's not ideal, but we will adapt," Todd reassured. "Easy for you to say. You just have a bloody bump on your head. I have a candy cane stuck in my eye for eternity," Melissa retorted. Their mother walked into the room with a plate full of cookies. "I don't know what came over me. I'm so sorry, my dears." "Are we back home?" Kyle asked. "No," Carol said. "Then, where are we?" Melissa asked. "Purgatory?" Todd guessed. "I still don't know." "The important thing is that we're all together," Carol said. "But I don't have my wife or kids," Paul said. "We could go get them," Carol said, and laughed. "No, that's okay. I would rather we not murder my family," Paul said. "You sure?" Kyle asked. "Yeah, it won't bother Mom one bit," Melissa joked. "Stop it," Paul said. "You're no fun," Kyle cackled. "Oh, I'm no fun because I don't want to joke about killing my family." "It's not a joke. She'd do it," Melissa laughed. "Lay off your mother," Todd said. It's okay. "I have it coming," Carol said, wiping a tear from her eye. And so marked another Christmas with the Hollies. There were laughs, tears, and a lot of family bonding. And just a few murders. A Chain Letter Christmas by Rob Fields. Prologue. The man entered his study and opened the large, ancient, leather-bound book that rested on his desk. He opened the front cover and turned page after page until he finally found the spell that he was looking for. "I've already utilized the chain curse and claimed the souls I needed to restore my youth. However, my revenge on the town elders who banished me from Strickfield long, long ago is not complete. All in good time. Right now, My sole purpose is to destroy you, Charity Mirren. You and your accursed girlfriend found all of my chain letters and destroyed them. Oh, but I have the perfect plan that will give the two of you a Christmas you won't soon forget. In fact, Charity, you and Micah are both at the top of my Christmas card list." The man chuckled as he presented the beautiful Christmas card to the ancient tome. After reading the spell, the card glowed brightly for a few moments and then stopped. "It's done," the man said. He placed the card into the green envelope. He had learned that Charity would be attending a Christmas party with the Collins family she was living with. He knew exactly who to send the card to on Christmas Eve. Perspective, Charity Mirren. It's Christmas Eve, and so much has changed since that dreaded chain letter came into my life 3 years ago. Let's be honest here. I've never forgotten what that horrible thing did. Many of my family members died that day. The day we all came to hear the curse from the chain letter. My relatives there hated me. They beat me up and wanted to follow the chain letter's persistent instructions to kill me. Even Micah was ordered to kill me. However, the chain letter didn't win. I burned that accursed letter, but the only way for me to truly end its curse was to commit suicide. I drank some really strong poison I found in a garage and died. The only thing was, I didn't stay dead. I came back to life at Strickfield General Hospital. I learned later that my girlfriend, Micah Collins, broke into the house the garage was connected to and called 911. I was rushed to the hospital. The poison couldn't be pumped out of my stomach since it was completely wrecked, but I came back to life just the same, fully restored. Even to this day, I still don't know why. Also, I've never felt quite the same. I always feel like I've got lots and lots of energy. From that point until today, I kept looking in the mirror. I still look the same, but I just know something's not right with me. All I remember is that I died. There's no coming back from death, right? The poison I drank that day was lethal. I literally felt my stomach coming apart. I literally felt myself fall on my back, die, and leave my body. The next thing I knew, I had awakened at Strickfield General. One thing's for sure, I haven't turned to evil or anything like that. No sooner was I able to leave the hospital and return home with Micah, I went back to being me again. People still call me the one good Mirren here in Strickfield. Even today, I still have relatives who hate me with everything they have to offer, whether they live in the gated community or not. Even when I'd pass my own parents in downtown Village, they would scowl at me. Not only do they hate seeing my name and photographs in the Strickfield Journal, they also hate that I'm in a deeply committed relationship with another woman. I'll get to that. I've helped raise all kinds of money to help different charities. I volunteer my time at blood drives. I even help out at the Strickfield nursing home when I can spare time. Also, Micah's my partner in all of these things. She even helped me raise money to save the Strickfield Drive-In Theater and help keep it open for years to come. Why do I want to help people so much? Let's just say I'm a strong believer in God. I've read the Bible from cover to cover many times, but I think it was the stories of Jesus Christ that inspired me back when I was just a little girl. I never went to Strickfield Academy, but I think I might have fit in better there than at Strickfield High. Anyway, Jesus inspired me with his miracles and teachings, but I think the thing he said that still makes me cry to this day when I read it was John 13:34. A new command I give you, love one another. As I have loved you, so you must love one another. And yet, I'm still persecuted and punished for it by my own family. I'm a Mirren, and I'm supposed to use what are called the Mirren ways to obtain power and wealth. Quite honestly, I don't think I was listening when my parents tried teaching me those things. When I heard Mom say that as Mirrens, we're better than all those people outside the gate, I knew this wasn't what God wanted. Even now, I'm standing in the south window at the Collins house and looking up. It's Christmas Eve, like I said. Every day I pray and ask God why I was brought back to life. I keep asking God if he was the one who sent me back. Does he have more work for me to do here? Did God feel it just wasn't my time? Then I feel Micah's hands on my shoulders. I turn to face her, my eyes streaming tears. Oh, honey. Micah pulls me into her arms and lets me cry. I gently hold the love of my life to me. Honestly, I think I'd feel quite lost without her. For one thing, Micah's family took me in and let me live with them when mine threw me out. I came to fall in love with Micah, but I'd always kept my feelings to myself. Then that damn chain letter brought my feelings for her out. As it turned out, she reciprocated my love for her. Even today, we're still together. We kept our relationship quiet for a little while. Micah eventually confided in me that she didn't want to lie to her parents about us, so I agreed that it was best to tell them. The truth was, they kind of already knew. Micah and I weren't paying attention, but her parents saw us holding hands many times, fingers laced. I expected to be homeless again, but the Collins are such good people. What's wrong? Micah whispers. I just can't stop feeling these feelings, I whispered back. Why did I return from the dead, Micah? She squeezes me a little. I'm so sorry. I wish there was something I could say or do to help you. Now I face her. It's not fair to you. She shakes her head slowly. I get to decide that, Charity. You and me are life partners. We're always there for each other. Always. There's nothing you could say to me that's going to make me break up with you. I sniffle. But you've had to deal with me since... Micah pecks my lips. You and me are life partners. I'll always be here for you, the way you'll always be here for me. Micah and I haven't gotten married or taken any kind of vows to say we're life partners. We just more or less transitioned into that. You could even call us soulmates. We both know we can never be without each other. You going to be okay? Micah asks. Or should I tell my parents we're not going to the family Christmas party tonight? I ease myself away from Micah and pull some tissues out of the box. No, I know you and your parents always look forward to the family party every Christmas Eve. I won't ruin that. This will be my third Christmas with Micah's family. This will be my third family Christmas party I'll be attending. Even the family members there know about Micah and I. Also, you'd have thought Micah's parents would have wanted us both out of the house once we matriculated to Strickfield University. But they told us we could stay at the house and not have to pay the extra fees that come with a dorm room and doing laundry. As I finish drying my eyes, Micah's parents are calling up to us. Let's go, love, Micah tells me. I let her take my hand. Together we walk downstairs. Then I see the living room with the brightly lit Christmas tree and all the presents. I want to cry again when I know I've got presents under there for Micah's parents too. I've even made some contributions to that tree. Micah and I help carry other presents to the SUV. Soon, we're on our way to the north side of Strickfield, where Micah's other relatives live. When we get to the gathering, we can see plenty of cars in the cul-de-sac. Usually other houses here are having Christmas Eve gatherings too. Micah's dad finds a good spot. From there, we get out and get the presents in back. Micah's relatives are quick to open the door. "Glad to see you all," the man calls out. "Glad to see you too, Uncle Wade," Micah calls back. Wade Collins even acknowledges me. "Glad you could make it back, Charity." As soon as we all go inside, Wade's wife, Maeve, is there to give me a hug when I set the presents I'm holding down. "Thank you so much for that fundraiser you organized for the fire department." Maeve squeezes me a little tighter. "If it wasn't for you, my husband would be out of a job." When Maeve lets me go, I nod in acknowledgement. Micah helped too. It feels awkward to be among this many of Micah's family. The first year, they just knew I was living with Micah. These last 2 years, everybody here knows Micah and I are together. Seeing her family makes me wish my own family was like hers. It still hurts knowing I was thrown away by my parents for being kind-hearted. What's more, many of my other family members go out of their way to chastise me for it. I do have a few of my cousins who are on my side though, mostly Felicia. I just want to do right by people and by God. What's so wrong with that? As for the other people here at the gathering, Wade and Maeve's 3 kids are here, Beth, John, and Nellie, who all go to Strickfield High. There's also another Collins family here, Wade's brother Charles and his wife Claire. They have 2 boys, Steve and Zane. I think Micah said something about them going to Strickfield Academy. It takes a little bit for us to break the ice like every Christmas Eve. Then I remember how Steve and Zane make it a point to avoid Micah and I. In fact, the 2 of them hugged us both begrudgingly. I suppose it would be one thing if they weren't comfortable hugging or shaking hands with people, but Micah and I both noticed they only seemed to be reluctant around us. Well, it wouldn't be the first time Micah and I have had to deal with a little homophobia. We're all chatting it up with everybody. Maeve usually likes having me help her out in the kitchen. I've kind of gotten the vibe from her she feels sorry for me for being banished from my own family. Anyway, the 2 of us are putting the finishing touches on the platters of meat and finger foods. Maeve sure makes lots and lots of cookies, among other things. As soon as everything's put out, Maeve announces that everybody can come into the dining room and help themselves. When the line's down enough to where I can get food, I pick up a paper plate and start making my way down. It's then when Zane comes and cuts in. As I'm stepping aside, his hand shoots up and knocks my plate out of my hands. "Watch where you're going," he snaps. I don't want to get cross with anybody here. Then I'm quick to learn I don't have to. Micah quickly comes to my side. "Back off, Zane." "Hey, your little girly friend there should watch where she's going," he sneers. Micah doesn't back down. "You got something you want to say to me? To us?" I quickly move and get in between them. "Both of you, stop! It's Christmas!" Zane shoves me away. "Don't you ever touch me!" I can see Micah's upset now. Just as she's ready to get confrontational again, Wade approaches us. He's quick to give Zane a hard time. "You and Steve can't be civil in my house, then I guess you can both leave. Also, as long as Charity's with Micah, she's part of this family. You don't like it?" He points to it. "There's the door. Don't let it hit you in the ass on your way out." Zane finally backs off. It doesn't take long for his brother Steve to give us mean looks too. Unfortunately, the brother's homophobia is petty compared to what's about to happen. Many of us are sitting in the living room and chatting with other family members. Eventually, Zane comes into the room with a green envelope in his hand. Then he sits down and opens what looks like a Christmas card. "Hey, what the hell is this?" he mutters. Then he stands up and reads what the card says. Happy holidays to you and yours alike. And now that you've received this card, you are now all bound. You, the holder, shall first be appointed a task. Failure to execute the task will result in certain death. Just in time for Christmas. Upon successful completion of your task, you are free until you are called upon to do another task. Oh, please, dear God, no. Micah and I had been very careful to either not open any suspicious-looking mail or be around others when they're opening mail. I don't know about Micah, but I have no doubt that whoever sent that chain letter to me 3 years ago deliberately sent this new one here, knowing Micah and I would both witness it. As Micah and I are both looking fearfully at each other, Zane gets a text on his smartphone. He pulls it out and looks at it. Throw your drink in someone's face. He starts looking around. Okay, who's playing here? When nobody answers, he laughs a little. Oh, I get it. That card's one of those chain letters people talk about around Strickfield. Okay, I'll bite. Without warning, Zane picks up his cup of soda and throws it right in my face. You bastard! Micah yells. She's ready to hit him, but I quickly stop her. Micah, no. Please don't. This time, Micah's dad is right there. You better back off of Charity right now. Zane seems ready to fight back, but then someone else gets a text. It's Steve. I just got something from an unknown sender saying I gotta punch someone in this room. Without a second thought, I get up and go right to Steve. Do it. Punch me. Micah's right there. Charity, what are you doing? I'm still looking right at Steve. If you don't do it, you'll die. Please, punch me. Steve rolls his eyes and then shoves me. Get out of my face, you stupid dyke. When I fall on my rear, Micah comes and helps me up. I'm ready to go back to Steve to get him to carry out his task. Suddenly, his head explodes. Everybody screams as the entire living room is a huge mess now. What the fuck? Zane yells after Steve's body falls to the floor. Blood starts pouring out of the body's open neck. I quickly pick up the Christmas card and throw it into the fireplace. I know destroying the card won't stop the curse that's found its way into this house, but at least nobody else has to read it and become infected by its evil. Charlie, Zane, and Steve's dad moved to the window. Who did this? Who shot my son? I move to him. Nobody shot your son, sir. He turns and grabs me. How do you even know? I point to the window. For one thing, the windows aren't broken. Also, we didn't hear any gunshots. I sigh. Steve died because he didn't do the task he was supposed to do. Charlie shoves me away now. What are you talking about? He points right at me. You better start coming clean right now. Did my son die because of you? I close my eyes and sigh. He might have. Then Wade approaches me. You know something about what just happened, Charity? I can't lie to them. I come into the center of the room and explain everything. It's only going to be a matter of time before one of us gets another chain letter command. If you don't obey it, you'll die. Just like Steve, I finish. It's not long before we hear another texting alert. It's on Maeve's phone. She looks at it and then gasps. Tell everyone in the house about the worst thing you've ever done. Then she looks at me in utter horror. If you don't do it, you'll die, I remind her. But, Maeve chokes out. She's really hesitant to say what that one big skeleton in her closet is. Aunt Maeve, if you didn't kill somebody, then you'll be okay, Micah tells her. Just come out with it. Maeve shakes her head quickly. No, I can't. I quickly grab Maeve and look her in the face. If you don't tell, you'll die. Is your secret worth your own life? You don't understand, Charity. Micah, Maeve yells. I did a terrible thing. A very terrible thing. Then Maeve starts gasping for breath. No, I'll tell. Clearly the chain letter curse was starting to kill Maeve. When Maeve can breathe again, she turns to her husband and tells Wade that she was having an affair with Charlie just after they got married. She says that it was many times. She doesn't know why she did it, but she knew once she started that she couldn't stop. She assures Wade she hadn't been with Charlie in years. Once she finishes, nothing else happens to her. I think it's safe to say she finished her task. Wade is pissed now. Then he turns to me. How come you know so much about all of this, Charity? Do you have something to do with it? I explained to everybody about how Monica and I got caught in a cursed chain letter 3 years ago, and what happened. I think whoever sent that cursed Christmas card here knew Micah and I would be coming here today. Wade points to the door. Then maybe you and Micah should just both get out. We could do that, sir, but it won't stop the curse since Zane read the card where everybody could hear him, I explain. We're all bound by the curse now. It's not long before Nellie gets a text. She looks at it. No way I'm doing this. What's it say, Nellie? John demands. No, I won't do it, Nellie yells. Then she throws the phone away. Micah quickly retrieves it and reads it. Then she says to me, Nellie has to kill somebody in this house. You'll die if you don't, Beth tells her. You heard what Charity said. Nellie has a frantic look on her face. I'm not a murderer, Beth. I can't kill anybody. Zane grabs someone else's knife and comes right at me. I'll do it then. I point at Zane. It's not your task. If you stab me, then you'll die anyway. Not only that, you might also kill Nellie since she didn't complete her task. Don't care, bitch, Zane yells. My brother's dead because of you. I think it's only fair you die too. Suddenly, Nellie jumps on Zane's back. Stop it, you bastard! Leave Charity alone! This isn't her fault! Zane tries to shake Nellie off. Micah and I try to break things up. Zane manages to break loose and get his knife back. Now he's looking to stab her. He roars and runs at Nellie. Without thinking twice about it, I hurry in between them. No! I barely hear Micah cry out. Zane and I are both looking at each other now. I know he's stabbed me. The pain in the pit of my stomach is bad, and I can feel I'm bleeding out fast. Suddenly, I fall to my knees and am quickly on my back. No! I hear Micah scream. Then she's right there to shove Zane away. You goddamn bastard! Micah, I call out. Micah forgets Zane and comes to me. Charity, no, please, no! Zane fatally stabbed me. I can feel my life ebbing away with each passing second. I manage to look at Zane. I forgive you. Then I look up at Micah and cry knowing I'm going to leave her alone in this world. Charity, no. Don't die. I love you so much. You can't die. She shrieks. I love, and then I die for the second time. Like before, it seems just like that. I wake right up. Only now I'm in a mortuary. What? I choke out and sit up straight. "Everything's all right, Rebecca Mirren," a female voice calls out. I turn to see a thin woman dressed in a suit. "Welcome to my home." "Where am I?" I ask the woman. "You are in the Strickfield Funeral Home," she says. "At least, that's how it would seem on the outside." "Did I die?" I ask. She nods once. "I'm afraid that you did indeed depart the mortal realm for the second time." I turn and sit on the embalming table. "It was you, wasn't it? You came for me the first time when I died 3 years ago." "That was my job at the time," the woman replies. "My name is Saffron Morningside. The first time you came before me, it was my duty to get you safely across the river Styx and to your final destination. Today, you might say that it is my job to help those souls who are at their crossroads. This is now the second time that you have come before me, Rebecca. That's my real name. I only became Charity because that was the name my family branded on me, so I decided to own it and make it mine. I kneel before the being. I'm ready to face my judgment. I'm ready to stand before Almighty God." "You speak as if you've done great wrong," Saffron says. Then she comes and takes my hand. "Rise." I obey her. I have tried so hard to be kind and charitable. I've tried so hard to keep the faith. I've tried even harder to be like Jesus Christ. Saffron smiles a little. "Too bad there are not more like you in the mortal realm." Then she squeezes my hand gently. "You are not here to answer for anything, for you have done no wrong, my sister." "Sister?" I ask, in confusion. Saffron takes my other hand. Now she's holding them both. "In life, I was your younger sister, Destiny, and now I am the being you see before you. It has taken me a great many years to finally understand how I mistreated you in life. I just wish it had not been during my time in the afterlife that I would finally regret the abuse I gave unto you. I truly wish to come before you and say how sorry I am. But I was with reluctance. I'm overjoyed that you are here before me now." I squeeze her hands back. "If you truly are my sister, then I forgave you a long time ago, Destiny. I forgave all of you, even after Mom and Dad kicked me out. That's who I am." Now I'm crying. "I really wanted to be close to you, dear sister. But I mean it, I forgive you for everything." Now Destiny's crying softly herself. "Thank you," she whispers. We hold each other for a long while. I truly wish Destiny and I hadn't become so distant from each other in life. But here we are now. When we come apart, Destiny tells me, "It's Christmas, my sister. I wish to give you something special." Then I'm remembering. "You did. You were the one who gave me my life back after I drank the poison." Destiny nods. "I was death at the time. You gave your life selflessly to end the curse of that chain letter and save the remainder of those infected by its evil. A little while ago, you gave your life selflessly, which brought you back before me. I am giving you the gift of choice this Christmas, Rebecca. You may either allow me to take you across the river Styx so that you may reach your final destination in paradise, or you may remain here in the mortal realm so that you may continue to do your work. I can feel that you are not ready to take your final ride just yet. However, Rebecca, I leave the choice in your hands." What if I want to stay with you, Destiny?" I ask, You're my blood sister. I would love to reconnect with you. Know that I've always loved you in spite of how badly you treated me in life." Destiny smiles. "I've already told you where you may find me, my sister. Come and visit me whenever you wish. The lights will always be on here. But to do this, you would have to choose to remain in the mortal realm, for there is no coming back once you have taken your final journey across the river Styx. I'm crying more now. Then, I will see you again." "You shall," she assures me. "Now, since you have clearly made your choice, I shall return you to the point before Zane Collins opens the cursed Christmas card. You shall return with this knowledge. Take the card away from him and destroy it immediately. This way, none of the events that transpired will become so." Will I remember you?" I choke out. Destiny leans in and kisses my cheek. "Merry Christmas." She faces me again. Charity. Suddenly, the scenery changes. Now everything's looking like I'm in some kind of acid trip or something. The next thing I know, I'm back at the home of Wade and Maeve Collins. "You okay, Charity?" a voice asks me. "Huh?" I utter. A hand takes firm hold of my shoulder. Now I'm facing Micah. I quickly raise my finger. "Wait right here. I promise I'll be right back and I'll explain everything." Okay, she utters. I turn away from her and move fast to find Zane. I quickly dig into my pocket and know I'm going to have to be crafty to pull off my idea. When I reach Zane, I bump into him and pull a little switcheroo. He doesn't see me quickly take his Christmas card and flick it into the fireplace behind me. Then, leave something else in the card's place. I quickly turn to look. The card and envelope both burn up. Then the fire turns a bright red, only for a moment. When the fire is normal again, there's nothing left of the cursed Christmas card, not even ashes. Then Zane shoves me. "Hey, what the hell's your problem? What's your..." "Huh?" When Zane sees he's holding a $100 bill, he looks at me and to the bill again. Now, he looks confused. I quickly give him a look of confusion myself. I didn't take your money, did I?" Zane asks quietly. I fold my arms in front of me. No, not at all. Maybe you had it and didn't realize it." Zane laughs a little. Maybe." I unfold my arms and nod a little. "Sorry I bumped you. I'll leave you alone. Merry Christmas." As I turn away, he snatches my arm. "Hey!" I turn back to him and wait for an explanation. "I'm sorry about how I treated you," he says. "You really are okay." I smile a little. "I forgave you a long time ago, Zane, and I don't carry a grudge, especially when it's Christmas." Then he offers me his hand. I take it so we can shake. Then he hugs me. Wow. Talk about buying somebody off. Still, I remember what did happen otherwise. The Christmas Eve party went off without any further incidents from there. Even Steve wasn't giving me a hard time anymore. Guess Zane must have talked to him. Anyway, we enjoyed food and drink, opened presents, and even watched some Christmas movies. Epilogue. That night, Micah finds me sitting out back at the Collins house in downtown Village. She sits down beside me. "You okay?" I sigh. I'm just thinking about things. She takes my hand. Talk to me. You promised. I keep my promise and tell Micah everything. In fact, I never kept anything from her. When I finish, I say, I know you probably think I'm crazy, right? She shakes her head. After the hell we went through with that first chain letter, why would I not believe you when you tell me about a cursed Christmas card? Then she gives me a weird look. You really died again? I nod. I'm so sorry. Just like last time I was sent back here. I was told my work wasn't finished. I don't know if I'm just supposed to keep following John 13:34 or if there's some other work I'm supposed to be doing that I don't know about yet. If there is such a being as God, what does he or she want with me? I just feel like I have so many more unanswered questions, Micah. Then Micah and I come together and share a long, passionate kiss. When we come apart, Micah tells me she loves me. I love you too, I tell her. Then I take her hand. Listen, would you be willing to come with me someplace tomorrow? Micah nods. You know I trust you unconditionally, Charity. The next afternoon, on Christmas, Micah and I are standing on the front porch of the Strickfield funeral home. I can tell Micah's wondering what we're doing here. I reach out and ring the doorbell. It isn't long before someone opens one of the double doors. It's Saffron Morningside. She opens the door the rest of the way and motions for us to come in. I was hoping you would come today, my younger sister says, after she closes the door behind us. Actually, I was hoping that you both would come today. Then Saffron points past us. Micah and I both turn around to see. Mom? I choke out. Mom doesn't say anything and comes right to me. We throw our arms around each other and hug tightly. I would later learn that around Halloween, Mom and Dad wanted to do right by Destiny after she had disappeared and give her a funeral. Mom was at that point in her life where she was feeling remorse for how badly she treated both Destiny and I. Dad, however, would never come to repent, so he was claimed by death. Because Mom was having regrets, Destiny, as Death, gave her time to make things right, while she was still alive to do so. Nothing like Christmas to bring an estranged family back together again. Mom has never accepted that Micah Collins is my life partner. There will still be much to fix in terms of our family relationship, but Mom seems willing to try. Mom can't believe what's happened to both Destiny and me, but she promises us both that she won't lose us again. The only thing that still bums me out at this point is the fact that someone wants me dead. I know in time that someone will send another chain letter out. I know I have to find that person and stop him or her before more lives are lost. The problem is, I don't even know where to begin. Even I know I can only do so many things at a time. But today, I just want to be with my family on Christmas. Secret Santa by Charles Campbell. It was early. Floyd Bennett was tired and already dreading the day ahead. He drew Carol Tatum's name in Secret Santa, To say he and Carol didn't get along would be quite the understatement. They didn't seem to see eye to eye on much of anything. Christmas was still 4 days away, but today was gift swap day at the Augusta Herald. Meanwhile, across town, Carol Tatum looked on in disdain at the alarm clock. It was 6:29 a.m., and she disabled the alarm before it blared whatever was playing on WBBQ. Of all the folks at the newspaper, how in the hell did she draw Floyd Bennett in Secret Santa? She thought about trying to swap names with someone, but that would defeat the purpose of Secret Santa, and she couldn't bear the thought of Floyd finding out she originally had his name. At least she could keep it secret because she wasn't going to put her name on it. And if they cared enough to go through the process of elimination, they could figure out it was her. But Carol didn't think anyone would go to those lengths to figure out who gifted Floyd a bottle of cheap whiskey. Carol sighed as she rolled out of bed. It was time for a quick shower, an even quicker breakfast, followed by the 15-minute drive from the valley to downtown Augusta, Georgia. Butch, the security guard at the Augusta Herald, knew all of the faces and names of the newspaper's employees, so badge checks were only reserved for unfamiliar faces. Unfamiliar faces rarely showed up without scheduled appointments, and those that did were politely shown the door. Butch was a fully armed guard, an Army veteran that knew how to handle and defuse potentially dangerous situations. With that said, most folks would not want to challenge his prowess with a sidearm, and most people that were familiar knew this about Butch as he frequented the gun range. "Hey, Butch," Carol said as she approached the security desk. "Good morning, Carol. It's Christmas party day," Butch said with a grin. Seeing Carol was always one of the best parts of his mornings. She was easy on the eyes. Butch estimated she was in her mid-30s, and he would be right. Carol had dark brown hair with equally dark brown eyes. Today, she was decked out in a red form-fitting Christmassy dress with green lace around the collar and sleeves, along with a pair of green velvet knee-high boots. Butch would let that elf sit on his lap any time. "I'll see you there," Carol replied and grinned back. Butch watched every step as she approached the elevator. He was thinking about what he would do if he was only 10 years younger, as the elevator doors closed and a new set of footprints filled the corridor. "Good morning, Butch," Floyd jovially said. His mood got a little better on the car ride. The Christmas songs on WBBQ helped his holiday spirit. "Hey, Floyd, Christmas party day," Butch exclaimed. "Yepper, I'll see you there," Floyd said as he walked past. Butch noted Floyd's outfit. It wasn't Christmassy at all. It was just a regular black polo with black slacks and equally black shoes. If Butch didn't know any better, he would swear that Floyd was attending a funeral that day. Maybe it was an omen. Floyd was older than Carol, but younger than Butch by about a decade. Floyd was 49 years old, and by the looks of his full mop of gray hair, he could have almost passed for Butch's age. Floyd's most striking feature was the deep, superhero-like dimple in his chin, and his ice blue eyes weren't far behind. Butch did not watch Floyd walk to the elevator. Floyd was the pre-press manager, so it was his job to make sure that images sent via the newsroom to the imaging department were color-corrected for newsprint. He was also in charge of making sure plates were created for the press room. The technology had moved from processing film to direct-to-plate years ago, and this reduced the need for a large staff of folks in pre-press. This meant Floyd only managed 6 people total, versus the 20-plus folks he managed when he was promoted to his position 15 years before. He wondered when the need for the imaging department would go away. It was, after all, a digital world now, and color-correcting digital images required very little touch-up. Floyd was sure that when the crusty old buzzard that owned the Augusta Herald realized this, the imaging department would go away and, in all likelihood, his position. The reality was, he really didn't need to manage the pagination folks, and the straight-to-plate technology was nothing to manage, really. Floyd would bide his time for as long as he could and continue to collect paychecks until they turned into severance checks. Or so he thought. Carol smiled as her rotund boss, Pete McHugh, walked by her desk. Pete was the director of production, and Carol was his administrative assistant. But if you asked Pete, he would say secretary, as he was part of the old guard. Pete had the distinction of being the designated Santa for the annual Christmas party. He was already in costume, sans fake beard and hat. "You're going to work all day in that?" Carol asked. "Why not? You're all dressed up for Christmas. Why can't I do the same?" Pete shot back. "Point taken. Your suit looks like it may be uncomfortable was all I was getting at," Carol replied. "No, not at all. I don't think much work is going to get done today anyway. Half of the advertising staff is off today, but they'll be back for the free booze and gifts later. It will be a short edition filled with ads already booked weeks ago, so unless there's some earth-shattering event that happens between now and press time, things should be pretty quiet at the Augusta Herald." "Let's hope so," Carol said, as she thought the less she saw of Floyd, the better. "Carol, one more thing. Just between us, who did you draw for Secret Santa?" "Now, Pete, if I told you, it wouldn't be a secret any longer. Loose lips and all that." Carol replied with a sly smile. Pete smiled back and stepped into his office. He turned on the radio, and Christmas music from WBBQ filled the office, even through the closed door. The day moved along at the Augusta Herald. Floyd was trying not to doze off in his office for most of the day, as all plates for the press room were out and ready by 2 p.m., instead of the usual 6 p.m. The pagination folks were already gone. They were helping set up for the Christmas party on the 3rd floor. Floyd looked at the wrapped gift he brought and sighed. He supposed he needed to sneak it up there and under the tree before many people showed up. He didn't put his name on the gift. No way did he want Carol to know he drew her name. He picked up an all-in-one set of cookware from Wally World for $29.99. It was relatively inexpensive and easy to wrap, so it checked off both of Floyd's requirement boxes. He figured Carol could use them or re-gift them. He really didn't care which. Carol was getting antsy. The normal 6 p.m. press run was starting at 3 p.m., and she hadn't yet taken the opportunity to move Floyd's gift up to the 3rd floor. She wanted to get it under the tree without being seen by anyone, and her window to do so was closing. Carol peeked into Pete's office. His back was turned to her, and he was formulating an email from what she could tell. So she grabbed the wrapped whiskey bottle and beelined it for the 3rd floor. She didn't even know if Floyd consumed whiskey. She knew from personal experience that he was a beer drinker, but it didn't really matter. If he didn't want the whiskey, he could give it away or re-gift it. She really didn't care which. Floyd could hear Christmas music already blaring from the 3rd floor meeting room. He saw Rhonda and Amy hanging mistletoe in the far corner of the room as he skirted quickly around the Christmas tree. There were only 2 gifts under the tree so far. He set down the wrapped box he was carrying and was trying to make it back out of the room before Rhonda and Amy saw him, when he almost crashed into Carol. Carol stumbled backward, tripped, and the wrapped whiskey bottle she was carrying fell from her grip. With reflexes Floyd thought were lost to age, he managed to catch the wrapped bottle before it hit the floor while gripping Carol's shoulder with his free left hand. This prevented her from falling on her ass with a bottle of whiskey shattering right in front of her. Even though Floyd saved her from embarrassment, anger rose in her bosom. "Why don't you watch where the fuck you're going, you big oaf?" "Hey, look, I'm sorry, but you got eyes too, you know," Floyd replied. "Okay. Thank you," Carol forced herself to say. "You're welcome. Not sure who you got, but I hope they like to drink," Floyd said as he handed over the bottle. Damn it all to hell, Carol thought to herself. Floyd knew what was behind the wrapper, and more importantly, he knew who was behind the wrapper. Carol made her way back to the production office where Pete was now in full Santa garb. The hat was on and the beard was affixed. He looked happy as a clam. She tried to smile as she pretended to be enthralled with something on her computer screen. Google's search displays could be so captivating. It was almost time for the Christmas party, and Carol was not happy at all. Once the party began, most of the Augusta Herald's staff was there in full force. Mary Plunkett, the advertising director, kicked off the party with a celebratory roast to the worker bees. It was followed by the old man, the head honcho, the man that signed the checks, William Moores III, letting them know what a spectacular year they had financially, and that every single one of them would be getting a free ham or turkey for their efforts. No mention of a Christmas bonus. Not that there was ever mention of one. Carol meandered toward the tree. She was going to swap out her gift with someone else's. That's the only thing she could do. No way could she let Floyd know his gift was from her. Not after what happened between them 2 years before. She should have spoken up when she first drew his name. Floyd was chatting with Amy when she said something that changed the course of this evening. "Hey Floyd, what's in the box?" Amy asked. "Box? What box?" Floyd returned. Rhonda chimed in. "The box you brought in and put under the tree. What was in it?" They were indeed paying attention after all. No way he could let Carol know that he drew her name. He needed to swap gifts with somebody on the down low. 2 years prior, Christmas Eve. Floyd looked into Carol's eyes. Tonight was the night. He was going to pop the question. It was perfect. The sky was clear, the moon was full, stars were out, and they were the only two left on the valley hayride. Floyd made sure of this by giving Rodney Adams a cool 20 spot. The tractor pulled them around Langley Pond. Floyd gave a loud whistle when it was time for Rodney to park the tractor. They were on the other side of the pond. The lights from the vendor booths at the Valley Christmas Eve Festival were bright across the way. Rodney hopped from the tractor and walked until he was out of immediate earshot. His instructions were to return when he heard the tractor engine come back to life. Floyd learned how to drive tractors when he was a kid, so he was certainly qualified to crank one up. What's going on?" Carol asked nervously. "Tonight is a special night, and tomorrow is Christmas, and this place is perfect," Floyd said. "Perfect for what?" Carol's hands were beginning to shake. "Carol," Floyd began as he reached deeply into his jacket pocket, pulled out a small jewelry box. and continued, "Would you do me the honor of becoming my wife?" Floyd attempted to hand Carol the small black box emblazoned with the Jared's Jewelers logo. Floyd, "Oh no, why?" Carol questioned. She wouldn't take the box from his hand. "What's wrong, Carol? I thought you loved me." I certainly love you," Floyd said. He was confused. They had been seeing each other for a few months, and he was all but certain that she felt the same way. "First off, you're too old for me, Floyd. It was fun. This was fun. But that's where it ends. Geez, why did you have to go and ruin a good thing?" Floyd's ice blue eyes welled with tears of hurt. "Ruin a good thing? I'm trying to make a good thing better. I'm trying to make a good thing last forever." "Oh my God, Floyd, is this fucking Hallmark in the Valley?" "Rodney!" Carol shouted. "Carol, stop. Forget it," Floyd said, and stuffed the jewelry box into his pocket. Floyd jumped from the tractor. "Something wrong?" Rodney asked, slightly out of breath from sprinting back. "No, it's nothing. Go ahead and take Carol back. I'll walk," Floyd said. Carol sat silently. She didn't holler for Floyd to return. The days turned into weeks as workplace awkwardness changed into something more adversarial. It got so bad that if Floyd said the sea was blue, Carol would say it was orange, and vice versa. You see, the thing was, they would have to interact daily, because Pete was not only her boss, he was also Floyd's boss. Floyd was hurt that Carol was just using him as a distraction. Carol was perplexed as to why Floyd couldn't enjoy the good times while they lasted. He surely couldn't have thought it was anything more. She'd never talked about having a long-term relationship with him, much less marriage. And if he thought it was something more, it was all on him. Back to the Christmas party. Floyd walked nonchalantly around the dance floor as most of the advertising team was gyrating to Jingle Bell Rock. He was almost to the Christmas tree. Floyd could see the wrapped box of cookware just where he left it. The problem was now it was surrounded by gifts with a few others stacked on top. He would look like the Grinch sifting through presents at this point. Then someone caught his immediate attention. It was Carol. She had the gift that she brought up earlier in her hand, and he couldn't believe his eyes as he witnessed her quickly remove the tag. She crouched down behind the tree, and no one seemed to be paying her any mind. Carol was moving quickly. What Floyd saw next astonished him even more as he plucked the tag from his box and taped it on the gift she brought. Carol had borrowed Scotch tape from the office and placed the tag from hers onto the wrapped box of cookware. He wanted to burst out laughing because she was in the same predicament he was. It was some backwoods valley redneck version of the gift of the Magi, except neither one of them gave a shit about the gifts being exchanged, and the love was extinguished with an emphatic no 2 years before. Other than that, Floyd thought jokingly, it was the same story. Floyd wanted to burst out laughing at the absurdness of the situation, and with the room being packed, nobody was calling her out. Well, this was a golden opportunity. Floyd changed course and moved quickly to the DJ booth. Cheryl Moxley was Mrs. Moore's personal assistant, who he often used as a DJ for any work parties. "Hey, Cheryl, cut the music. I have an announcement to make," Floyd said with an impish grin that defied his normal stoic appearance. "Sure thing," Cheryl said, as she stopped Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer before the crowd could sing about his place in history. "Excuse me, Ladies and gentlemen, if I can direct your attention to the Christmas tree, please. Santa's helper, Carol Tatum, seems to be ready to distribute the gifts. Carol's face went slack as she rose from the base of the tree. She wanted to kill Floyd. Ho, ho, ho! Santa Pete bellowed. He thought he missed his cue, so it didn't come out as jovial as he would have liked. She couldn't help it. Carol stormed out in anger, and Floyd smiled as he watched her exit. The bitch was finally going to get hers, and he followed her out. This didn't miss Santa Pete's or Butch's observation. Nobody else noticed. Eggnog and booze had the partygoers feeling pretty all right. My God, what an asshole! Carol screamed as she sat behind the wheel of her Nissan Sentra. It was still early, but she wasn't going back in there. Carol was going to have a long talk with Pete. She was going to lay down the ultimatum. It was either Floyd or her, and Carol would make the case on why it should be Floyd. Carol pulled out of the Augusta Herald parking lot and drove away into the crisp December night. Unbeknownst to Carol, Floyd had beat her out of the parking lot. Carol's anger was reflected in her sobs as she drove home. She pulled into the dark driveway and felt the chill of the air as soon as she stepped from the car. He didn't have to call her out like that. She hated Floyd, and it was more than apparent the feeling was mutual. Carol unlocked the door to her home on Oak Street, walked inside, and locked the door behind her. Leading a man on has consequences, is what Floyd thought as he parked on Pine Street, one street over from Oak. He cut through Louise Utley's backyard and crossed over to Oak. Being dressed in all black definitely had its advantages in this moment. Floyd moved quickly to the back of Carol's home, where he let himself in through her back bedroom window. He had promised to replace the latch on it when they were seeing each other. It latched, but it was loose latched. All you had to do to free it was jiggle the window up and down for a few seconds, and the latch would work itself loose. Floyd wondered if she had had it fixed in the 2-year interim, and, true to typical Valley protocol, she had not. Floyd climbed into her bedroom and waited. Carol placed her phone and keys on the coffee table before she marched to the bathroom. She just wanted to take a shower and go to bed. She'd deal with Floyd tomorrow. She removed her sexy elf dress, let it fall to the floor, and turned on the shower. She stepped in and tried to wash away the embarrassment. As the steam rose, she questioned herself. Was what he did really that bad? She was kneeling under the tree. She was dressed as an elf. Floyd may have genuinely thought that is what she was supposed to do and was just helping to move the proceedings along. Her dislike of him after that dreaded proposal at Langley Pond had grown to unreasonable proportions. The man wanted to marry her, for God's sake. Carol was evaluating her position and adjusting her tone. She would indeed have a conversation tomorrow, but it wouldn't be with Pete. It would be with Floyd, and she would apologize. They would bury the hatchet to, at the very least, salvage a decent work environment. He did save her from busting her ass and embarrassing herself in front of Rhonda and Amy. Everything was mostly her fault, and standing naked being hit with near scalding water, Carol finally came to that realization. Floyd heard the water on and sat in silent rage as he resisted the urge to leave the bedroom and go all Norman Bates on her in the shower. He sat in silence. The shower turned off, and he heard the curtain slide. Carol dried her body, brushed her teeth, and gave a quick gargle with mouthwash. There was an oversized teal nightshirt hanging on the edge of the towel rack. She pulled it over her head and yawned. She just needed a good night's sleep. Tomorrow was going to be big for her. She needed to do the right thing to move on with her life. With her hair still damp from the shower, Carol turned off the lights and went to bed. Floyd stood over Carol. He remembered her gentle snore, and it sent a longing through him, but he would never force himself on anyone. Ever. He reached into his pocket. The Jared box was there. She was going to wear it one way or the other before he left. Floyd knelt beside the bed. Carol was a side sleeper. He put his face right in front of hers. He could smell mint from the scope mouthwash. Floyd set the jewelry box on the nightstand beside a long-handled kitchen knife he pulled from the block. He placed his hand on her shoulder and gave it a gentle shake. Her eyes opened wide, and she was about to let out a scream when he placed his gloved hand over her mouth. "Shh," Floyd began, and she stopped. "This isn't going to take very long." He grabbed the knife with his free hand and held it to her neck. "If you scream when I remove my hand, I'm going to slit your throat," Floyd said with a calmness that frightened Carol to her core. She didn't know this version of Floyd. She had never seen this version of Floyd. She nodded, and he pulled his hand away from her mouth. "Oh shit, Floyd, I'm sorry. I really am. It's not that serious." "Not that serious? I asked you to marry me, and you acted like I was a leper," Floyd replied, trying his best to temper his rising anger. "That's not what I meant. I know it was serious. I mean, I shouldn't have acted like that afterward. I could have been better instead of blowing it out of proportion. I swear to God that I made up my mind to apologize to you tomorrow. If you just leave now, I won't say shit to anybody. It'll be water under the bridge. I promise you, Floyd. No bullshit," Carol said as convincingly as she could. And she truly meant every word. She wasn't going to say anything if Floyd just left. Floyd didn't leave. "Afraid it's a bit too late for that. It's funny, don't you think, that we drew each other's names? Crazy coincidence," Floyd said as he handed Carol the Jared's box. "Open it," he commanded. Floyd moved the knife away from her neck, but kept it trained on her as she flipped open the box. The full-carat diamond engagement ring was beautiful. Carol's eyes filled with tears, and they weren't tears of joy. "Put it on," Floyd said. Carol took a measured breath and lifted it from its box and placed it on the ring finger of her left hand. "Floyd, please, you know I still can't marry you," Carol replied. She couldn't believe she was actually saying it. Her survival instinct was for shit as her mind was screaming at her to say yes. They could get married right then if he wanted, but her emotions always seemed to override reasonable thought. "Oh, no, I'm not asking you to marry me again. That ship has sailed. I just wanted to see how the ring looked on you before I give it to the next lucky young woman," Floyd replied as he quickly jumped on top of her, pinning her to the mattress. The knife clanged onto the floor, and Floyd had both hands firmly gripped around Carol's demure neck. He would watch the life flee from her eyes before he collected the ring and moved on with his life. Carol's eyes were bugging as blood vessels began to burst. She was bucking, but Floyd's weight was too much. He was straddled across her torso, so she was kicking nothing but air, and the energy of those kicks was quickly fading away. Floyd was in a frenzy of rage, and it wouldn't be long now. Carol would be in his rearview mirror. There are consequences, is what Floyd was thinking when the knife pierced him underneath the left shoulder blade. Floyd released his grip and spun to see Santa Pete holding the long-handled kitchen knife. In the chaos, Floyd didn't hear Santa Pete unlock the front door with the spare key Carol had trusted him with years ago when she had gone on a cruise. Blood was spewing from Floyd's back, but he had enough gumption to take out this fat boy before he bled out. Santa Pete swung again with the knife, and Floyd blocked it, knocking the knife back to the floor. He punched Santa Pete with a straight right hand to the face, immediately shattering Santa Pete's jolly red nose. Santa Pete stumbled to the floor and was met with a foot to the side of his dome. Carol was still on the bed, gasping desperately for air. She needed to get to the knife, but her mind could not will her body to move. Floyd spat on Santa Pete as he gave him a stern kick to the ribs before leaning over to grab the knife. He turned his attention back to Carol. "Guess we all gotta go, huh?" Floyd asked as he raised the knife above his head. He was going to slash her up Michael Myers style. A shot rang out, and the front of Floyd's head exploded with bone, brain, and gore, covering Carol's face and neck. Butch walked into the room. Santa Pete was struggling to breathe with a broken face and equally broken ribs. Carol was staring at the ceiling in shock. This shit could not be real. Butch knelt beside Santa Pete and said, "I think your plan to rig Secret Santa so they drew each other didn't quite work out." Santa Pete flipped Butch off, and Carol cackled hysterically. Her brain was wrecked. Butch called 911. Fuck Secret Santa. Christmas Eve Babysitters by Rob Fields. Perspective, Mona Abels. It's the weekend before Christmas as I'm walking in the door to my house. I can't believe the night we just had. We all had to deal with Ariel Mirren being possessed by the spirit of Queen Arcadia. Said spirit used Ariel as her vessel and wanted the souls of myself, Bailey Downs, Carter Cross, and Mouse Donnerly to be able to have enough power to merge her virtual realm with the mortal realm and make Christmas every day under her tyrannical rule. Oh, but the worst was yet to come. Once Ariel broke free of Queen Arcadia's control, she practically commanded all of us to come with her to her house inside the gated community. She even invited Carter Cross, which she never did before. As soon as the 5 of us went into Ariel's house, it became an instant war zone. Ariel screamed at the top of her lungs for her mom to come out. When she did, you should have seen the look of surprise on her face. Adrian wasn't expecting Ariel to ever come home again. Mother and daughter yelled and screamed at each other. Even Ariel's own father wanted her gone. Ariel finally lost it and started throwing everything she could get her hands on at her mom and dad. To be honest, I really don't blame Ariel for losing her cool the way she did. Long story short, Ariel left with us. Adrian called out behind Ariel that she would only have the clothes on her back and that she was never to come back home ever again. Carter and Mouse walked Ariel back to their part of downtown Village. I think Mouse is going to convince her parents to let Ariel stay with them. If Mouse can pull that off, then I'll have to give that wicked little rodent a lot of credit. Anyway, I'm still hungry and never got to go to Denoyer's Grill like I wanted to before Queen Arcadia captured me. Ow! I groan when my tummy's telling me to get out there, stat. I know it's getting late. Good thing Denoyer's is open 24/7, 365. I'm ready to head out the door and walk to the diner when I see a message on the answering machine. Thinking about it, my parents are still next door. I'm almost ready to leave without listening to the message. But I reconsider. It might be important. Yes, this message is for Mona Abels. We were given your name by your principal at Strickfield Junior High. We're looking for a babysitter to watch our children on Christmas Eve. If you're available, please call us at 330-555-8354 at any time. We're willing to make it worth your while. We'll even pay you a bonus for a job well done. Also, you can help yourself to anything out of our kitchen, or we can leave you money to order some food. Please let us know as soon as you can. My name is Summer Mirren. Again, call me at any time. Ow! I groan again when my stomach twists inside. Okay, I'm going. I walk out the door and am on my way to Denoyer's Grill. The message said to call any time, so I pull out my smartphone and call this Summer Mirren up. A woman answers on the second ring. From there, Summer Mirren introduces herself and starts talking to me. She explains that she has 2 children she wants me to babysit and practically begs me to take the job. Must be a pretty big Christmas Eve event this Mirren couple is going to. I tell her I'll take it, and I'll be there on Christmas Eve night. It don't take long for Christmas Eve night to come. Fortunately, Mom and Dad aren't really doing anything special. They tell me to be safe when I leave the house and head to the gated community. In fact, the Mirren lady, that's right, her name is Summer. Anyway, Summer texted me the gate code to be able to enter. Speaking of texting, I'm chatting it up with Bailey. She's already asking me about hanging out at her house tomorrow. I always love hanging out with my best friend. There's nothing I wouldn't do for that girl. When she asks me what I'm doing, I tell her I'm babysitting tonight. Then I get a video call from her. When I answer it, Bailey's face appears. Are you serious? She asks. You're babysitting tonight? Hey, these Mirrens are willing to pay me good money. Not to mention they're letting me help myself to whatever I want in their refrigerator, I tell her. It's only a few minutes later when I realize I'm walking right past Bailey's house. Suddenly, the front door opens and the call ends. Bailey's coming outside to meet me. I'm guessing you ain't got nothing to do either, I ask her. Bailey shrugs. I suppose I could have come up with something, but then I saw you walking by my house and figured I'd walk with you for a little bit. I laugh a little. Oh, you're going to walk me to the Mirren's gate. She sweetens the pot. I'll walk you to the house if you want. Okay, to the house then, I agree. So Bailey and me walk and talk until we reach the Mirren gated community. At least it ain't Adrian Mirren you're agreeing to babysit for, Bailey mutters. Or her sister Margaret. Oh, I know, I agree. I'd never babysit for those people, especially for little Stuart Mirren. You ever see how much trouble that little guy causes? After I punch the gate code, Bailey and I go in. From there, I follow the GPS on my phone until I reach 418 Bel Air Drive. This is it, Bailey, the home of Helmsley and Summer Mirren. Suddenly, the porch lights blaze on and scare Bailey and me. Then one of the French doors opens up. Summer Mirren comes right out onto the porch. All right, which one of you girls is my babysitter for tonight? She asks quickly. I slowly raise my hand. That would be me? And you brought your friend along to keep you company? She further inquires. I was just walking with Mona, Bailey tells her. In fact, I was just leaving. Summer raises her hands in front of her quickly. No, no, no! She sighs and lowers her hands. I don't mind if your friend stays here with you, Mona. In fact, my husband will pay you both. So Bailey and I both got a babysitting job tonight. We walk to the porch and up the steps to meet Summer. Then she invites us into her lavish home. She points to the both of us and says, "Shoes off, please." After we remove our shoes and walk in our socks, we follow Summer to what appears to be a playroom. Bailey and me are finally going to meet her two children. Lucius, Pagan, these two girls will be your sitters tonight. Summer points right at them. And you will do what Mona and Bailey tell you. Am I understood? The children look at us. Then the girl, Pagan, asks her mother, "What happened to Monica?" Summer gets a little hot under the collar now. Monica was very irresponsible, so your father and I dealt with her. She will never be sitting here again. Summer turns and looks at us again. Okay, you girls, I'm going to trust both of you tonight. My sister told me to call Strickfield Junior High. Anyway, that's why you're both here. Now, if there are no problems, my husband will pay you both very well. And let me assure you, he tips excellent for a job well done. Then she hands me some money. I know there's a few places that are open on Christmas Eve night that deliver if you girls and the kids want to order food. After I take the money, she gets real serious and takes us to the kitchen. Then she points to the refrigerator. Phone numbers are posted right here. Also, when I call to check on the kids, you will answer promptly. Understood, I reply. When Bailey and me finally meet Helmsley Mirren, he seems less worried than his wife. Ah, I see you've hired 2 sitters for tonight. I love how you're always on top of things, honey. Then he comes and looks us over. Ah, yes, Mona and Bailey, you two will do very nicely. I'm sure Summer has told you everything that we expect from you. We both nod. After a few more formalities, the Mirrens tell us they're probably going to be late. If they're going to be any later than our agreed-upon time, they said they'd call and pay us both more. Helmsley reminds us about how he'll tip us extra for a job well done. When we assure him and his wife that everything will be okay, the couple finally leaves and go to whatever Christmas Eve gathering or event they're going to. Then I notice Bailey's eyes widen. What's wrong? She quickly turns to me. Okay, I know you didn't know I was coming here with you till now. She composes herself. Mona, I never told those two my name. Yeah, you're right, I agree. Then I shake my head a little. Don't worry about it. Oh, I hope you're right, Bailey mutters. Then she calls her parents to let them know where she is and that she's going to be with me. After she gets off the phone, she turns to me. All good. Let's go check on the kids. Bailey and I return to the playroom where Lucius and Pagan still are. They're playing video games together. What are your names again? Pagan asks us, glancing over her shoulder. After we tell them, we spend some time getting to know one another. For a while, we play video games together. Bailey can play games better than me. Then I'm thinking maybe Mouse should be here instead. I know she'd be able to beat these two easily. I almost got half a mind to call Mouse, but then I remember Ariel's living at her house now. Eventually, we get done playing games. Now the kids ask if we can watch a movie. They also want to order a pizza. Fortunately, there's one pizza place in Strickfield that stays open late on Christmas Eve. We get our order in and are told it'll be a half an hour to 45 minutes. Guess other people are calling out for pizza tonight, too. As for the movie, we're watching the live-action Cruella. Bailey and me have watched this movie plenty of times when it came to the Strickfield Centennial Theater. As we're watching the movie, Lucius and Pagan start acting like kids and get to picking on each other. Bailey tells them to behave when they start wrestling on the couch. When they don't stop, she threatens no pizza. They're back to sitting with us and watching the movie. Before long, I get a text telling me the pizzas are at the gate. Bailey says she'll go out and get them. I hand her the money. She puts her jacket and shoes on and heads out. I'm surprised Lucius and Pagan continue to remain calm while Bailey's gone. We keep watching the movie. It's about 15 minutes later when Bailey returns with the food. The kids get all excited when they see the 2 pizza boxes she's carrying. Okay, you two, let's dig in, I tell them as Bailey brings the food to the kitchen. Once we have our plates of pizza and cans of soda, we return to the living room couch to finish watching Cruella. Once the movie's done, the phone rings. I get up and go into the kitchen to answer it. It's Summer calling to inquire about the kids, as she promised. When she wants to talk to them, I call them in and hand the phone to Lucius. After he talks with his mom, he hands the phone to Pagan. In all, the kids tell Summer they're having fun with us and that they want us back again. When Pagan finishes, she hands the receiver back to me. Summer tells me not to let the children stay up too late before we end the conversation. After we hang up, we head back to the living room. Where are your parents at tonight? I ask the kids. Did they tell you? I think Dad said something about doing some book reading with some friends or something, Lucius answers. That's usually what they tell Pagan and me when we need a sitter. Book reading? I mutter. On Christmas Eve night? Bailey adds. That's interesting. We're about 30 minutes into the second movie, The Nightmare Before Christmas, when Pagan rests against me. Lucius leans on Bailey. I smile a little and ruffle Pagan's hair. Suddenly, some thing bursts through the glass door leading out to the in-ground swimming pool. Boy, do the 4 of us ever scream like a choir of banshees as the monster expands its chest and roars. Something you want to tell me, Mona? Bailey yells. You think I knew about that thing? I yell back. We quickly get the kids upstairs and hide in one of the many bedrooms. All the doors were closed, so hopefully that thing doesn't somehow pick the right door. What is that thing? Lucius stammers. We don't know, Bailey moans. We just have to hope it don't come in here. Suddenly, the monster crashes right through our door. We all scream again, then Bailey and I open some drawers to find clothes. We're in your parents' room, right? I say to the kids. You didn't know that? Lucius yells. Mona and me never been in your house until tonight, Bailey protests. When the monster roars, Bailey and me start grabbing clothes and throwing them at the thing. While the monster's distracted, the kids sneak out into the hallway. We have to protect those kids, Bailey tells me. No, duh, I return. The monster roars again and comes right at us. Then I get its attention. Here, monster, 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 come and get me, I tease. I would have expected my bestie to haul herself out the door. Instead, she grabs a wooden chair and breaks it all to pieces over its back. I can't really be mad at Bailey, though. Truth be told, I'd have done the same thing. Bailey and me have always been there for each other since we became best friends many years ago. The monster turns to Bailey and tries grabbing her. Then I cry out and jump on the thing's back. Run, Bailey! Now the monster's turning this way and that. I'm holding on like I'm riding one of those mechanical bulls you see in the movies. Believe me, I ain't holding on tight because I want to ride this thing. I know if it flings me off, I'm going to go flying somewhere fast. But Bailey doesn't run. Instead, she takes after Johnny Cage out of those Mortal Kombat video games by doing the splits and popping the monster right in the gut. It growls and is stunned. I quickly get off the thing's back. Then Bailey and me run out. The kids are waiting for us. When we're almost to them, they start sliding down the stairs. Us girls are taking 2 or 3 steps at a time. Eventually, we make it to the bottom. We might as well be back at the Home Sweet Home orphanage when Krampus was trying to get us a few weeks ago, Bailey mutters. Oh, you want to go back and face Krampus again? I mutter back. As if. We decide to try hiding in one of the rooms in the downstairs hallway. Mona! Bailey shrieks. We all scream and find ourselves sliding on the polished wood floor. We're all on our butts and looking down the hallway to see another monster standing there. The monster chasing us is red. This one's A black color. It grins and roars at us as we're getting back up. "This way!" Bailey calls out. I turn and ease the kids towards Bailey. We follow her and go down another hallway. It's hard to run when our socks keep slipping and sliding on the wooden floor. We can hear both of those things roaring. Too bad the floors ain't slowing them down. We eventually come to more doors. Bailey opens one. "We'll hide in here," she says. It's a well-stocked pantry. Bailey pulls the door shut. I motion for us to be quiet. It's not long before we hear those monsters scurrying past us. I pull my smartphone out and turn on the flash. Bailey does the same. Now we're texting each other so we don't talk out loud. We agree it's best to wait for a little bit. Lucius and Pagan are both holding each other. We motion for them to be quiet. Then I type on my phone and show them that we'll get out of here shortly. Suddenly, 2 hands come right through the wall behind Bailey and grab her shoulders. Now we're all screaming again. "Help me!" Bailey yells. Then she screams again. The monster that grabbed Bailey breaks more of the wall before pulling Bailey through. The rest of us quickly come out and see the monsters holding her over one shoulder as she's punching its back with her fists. "Let me go!" Bailey growls. I remember how slippery the wooden floor is and have an idea. I run at the creature and then slide right into home plate to clip the monster's leg and make it fall, letting Bailey go. Bailey and I quickly get up and return to the kids. Just then, the black monster is almost on us. The 4 of us are running again. This is a pretty big house. The only problem is those monsters keep finding us. Seriously, what are they even doing here? What do they even want? You getting the feeling that Mirren couple wasn't completely honest with us? Bailey asks me. I nod quickly. Yeah, I'm starting to feel that way right about now. We run into the kitchen again. Then I get an idea. I open the refrigerator door and pull what's left of a big hoagie out. Then I throw it in front of those things. "You guys are hungry, right?" I ask them. "Well, eat up." The red monster picks up the sub, sniffs it, then sucks it into its big mouth. Bailey pulls what's left of a roast out and throws it at them. The black monster picks it up and starts eating. Lucius grabs what's left of our pizzas and throws them their way. There's plenty of food and drink here in this refrigerator. No wonder Summer told Bailey and me we could have whatever we wanted from in there. I open the freezer and see all kinds of ice cream. I quickly whisper my idea in Bailey's ear. Then she helps me grab the ice cream and throw it at those monsters. They scoop it up and devour it. It ain't long before we see my plan works. The monsters stop eating and put their hands to their heads. "Brain freeze," Bailey tells the kids. With the monsters temporarily stunned, the 4 of us run again. We turn and go down yet another hallway. Soon we come into a game room. There's stuff ranging from arcade cabinets to even a full-scale VR cabinet. Soon we hear those monsters roaring. They'll be on us again soon. Bailey quickly closes the door and locks it. Then she moves to a nearby couch. "Help me, Mona!" I move to the couch and help Bailey move it against the door. We quickly pick up some stuff, toss it onto the couch, trying to weigh it down a little more. Eventually, Bailey and me both climb up and sit on top of the stuff. Bailey looks at Lucius and Pagan. Either of you know what's going on with those things out there? The kids look at each other. Then they look at us and shake their heads. I laugh a little. See? Now, why don't we believe the 2 of you? I have the feeling you kids have had babysitters before and those things came after them too, didn't they? The kids remain quiet. Then we hear a loud slam outside. Bailey and I both look at each other. "We have to get out of here, girl," Bailey says. "We can't leave the kids, though." "We'll take them with us," I assure her. "The monsters will just follow you," Pagan blurts out. They followed the other babysitters too. Bailey and me look at each other again. Then Bailey points right at them as another loud crash hits the door. Yeah, you two definitely know more than you're letting on. Why do those monsters keep showing up when babysitters are here? Suddenly, a big, hairy hand crashes right through the door and almost grabs my hair. Bailey and me cry out and leap off the couch. Thankfully, the floor in this game room is carpeted, or we'd probably both have slipped and fallen on our butts. We both see the big monster hand trying to push the loaded couch away. I pick up a pool table stick and start smacking the hand with it. The hand quickly grabs it from me and pulls it out. I hear the pull stick snap shortly after. The door comes apart at the top half so the red monster can stick its head in. We can see the black monster behind it. "We can't get out of here!" Lucius cries. Then I see the window. Only problem is the glass looks really thick. It's not the kind of window we can just open up and escape through. The next thing I know, Bailey comes to me and whispers an idea in my ear. I nod fast and turn to the kids. I motion for them to hide before I turn the light off. As soon as Bailey and me are hidden, the rest of the door comes away. Then the monsters push the loaded couch aside. When they fully come into the room, we all come out of our hiding places and escape through the door. We're putting distance in between them when Lucius slips and falls. When he cries out, we know it's only going to be a matter of time before those monsters are on us again. "My ankle, it hurts!" Lucius groans, holding it. "I got you," I say, and lift the boy into my arms. "Those things are coming!" Bailey yells. "I can't run no more," Pagan groans. Bailey scoops her up and carries her. "We're getting out of here right now." I open the first door I come to. It's a huge garage. When we're all inside, I pull the door shut. "That won't keep them out," I tell Bailey. She pulls her smartphone out and turns on the camera flash. "See if there's a garage door opener here somewhere." Then she groans. "Too bad Mouse ain't here with us. She could have driven us out of here in one of these cars." "We can drive these cars," I state confidently. "We don't need that wicked little rodent. How hard can driving a car be?" "I believe I told you before, Mona, we don't play driving video games religiously the way Mouse does," Bailey reminds me. "No, really, how hard can driving a car be?" I persist. "First, it's a problem for sure since these cars are locked," Bailey points out. I hate to admit it, but she's got me there. Then she further throws water on my fire. "And where would we get the keys or fobs to start them?" She sighs. "So, there's no point calling Mouse." Urgh! I growl loudly, then I see the button and push it. "Yes, we are out of here!" Bailey cries excitedly when the light comes on, and the door starts opening. As the one garage door is halfway up, the red monster bursts through the side door we came in and is in the garage with us. We quickly move the children to the half-open garage door and put them through. "Get out of here!" I tell them. As Bailey and me are about to duck and join them, we're both grabbed by the monsters and pulled back. Then the black monster presses the button to stop the garage door. Then the creature speaks. "Okay, kids, come back in here." The monster sounds like it has a woman's voice. Lucius and Pagan both come back inside. "Yes, Mom," they say together. Bailey and me both look at each other. "Mom?" we ask together. Now, we think we understand everything. "Your children are working with you?" I yell at the red monster, who's got to be the dad. "Explain yourselves right now!" The monsters put Bailey and me down and transform back into Helmsley and Summer Mirren. Bailey and I look at each other now. Then we look back at them. "It looks like you both passed the test," Helmsley tells us. "You see, every babysitter we've employed to watch our children has always proven to be most irresponsible, So we decided to start testing each babysitter we'd hire to make sure they were the right ones. And you two have shown you're more than responsible, Summer adds. Neither of you were willing to abandon our children. You even put them before yourselves, the way good babysitters should. You mentioned some chick named Monica earlier, Bailey notes. Summer groans in frustration. Monica was the most irresponsible sitter of all. She actually had a boyfriend over here, in our house. That meant she wasn't paying the least bit of attention to Lucius and Pagan. Quite right, Helmsley agrees. But the two of you were there for our children from the time we left, showing you would never neglect them. Our prior babysitters were highly recommended from other family members in our gated community. I can't imagine how, not with how irresponsible we found them all to be. So my sister told me that babysitters could be found at either the junior high or the high schools, so I decided to give them a try. Of course, we would still have to test them, Summer says. We picked you, Mona Abels. Of course, we didn't know you'd bring Bailey along. Again, I was just going to walk with Mona to the house here and leave, Bailey reminds her. I wasn't going to just come inside while you two were gone. You ended up hiring me too, though. Then Pagan asks her parents, Can we keep Mona and Bailey as our babysitters? Please? Yeah, they're both really cool. We like them a lot. Lucius agrees. Summer clears her throat. It looks like our kids have spoken. May we humbly call upon the two of you to babysit Lucius and Pagan again in the future. The two of us hold our hands up in front of us. Aw, no way, Bailey declares. Yeah, it's one thing for us to babysit kids, but the fact that their parents are both monsters, I add, that's a little more than we bargained for. Open the door and let us out, Bailey snaps. Now Summer looks sad and sighs. Pay them and let them go, Helmsley. The dad sighs as well and pulls out a wad of money. Sure enough, he paid both of us what Summer promised, plus a huge bonus, I'm guessing, for passing their tests. Then Summer opens the garage door. You two are free to go, she tells us. Then she turns to her husband. It looks like we'll need to cancel and stay home with our children since we no longer have babysitters. Bailey and me look at each other again. We both sigh and face them. Go ahead and go, Bailey says. We'll finish out Christmas Eve night. Yeah, you did pay us in full, so we'll finish the job, I add. The kids are both excited that we're staying after all. Are you sure? Summer asks. We're sure, I reply. So Bailey and me stay with Lucius and Pagan. Oh, and get this. All the damage that those monsters caused in the house? Summer easily cast a spell to fix everything. They even gave us money to order more pizza, since they ate what was left of ours from earlier. Bailey and I didn't finish with babysitting until almost 3 a.m. The kids were sound asleep in their beds when Helmsley and Summer finally returned home. They gave us a little more money for being an hour late. Before we left, they talked to both of us and asked us again if we'd consider being their babysitters when they needed us. Bailey and me both talked about this after the kids were put to bed, because we figured they would try and change our minds again. The Mirrans promised they wouldn't monster out on us again and that no harm would come to us, unless we became irresponsible. Probably against our better judgments, we agreed to continue being the babysitters for this house. Not because of how Helmsley and Summer were paying us well, but because we really liked Lucius and Pagan. We already knew they liked us. Bailey and me leave the gated community and walk back to our houses. Boy, just wait till the others hear about this, I say. You know they'll believe it, considering everything we've been through recently. Bailey agrees. You stopping over tomorrow? Probably in the afternoon, I assure her. Bailey and I hug, and wish each other a Merry Christmas before we separate. She goes into her house and I head for home. And that is where this crazy holiday adventure ends. But don't worry, we'll definitely be back with more adventures, probably in the new year. Merry Christmas. Christmas at Murder Mansion by Rob Fields. Perspective. Harpy. It's gonna be Christmas in another couple of days. Harpy's gotta admit to being all giddy when it's Christmas time. Right now, Harpy's working on a new job. Also my first job, here at Strickfield Town & Center Mall. Harpy's a security guard working nights. How'd that happen, you ask? Well, a few days ago, Bethy, the other half of Harpy, was eating some large pizzas at Scotto's in the food court. Of course, Bethy couldn't be left alone. This gang comes running out of nowhere with both Harmony Mirren, the owner of the mall, and a bunch of security guards chasing them. Then one of the fuckers grabs Bethy and yanks her to him. The gang's using Bethy as a shield to get the guards to back off. Bethy was real scared at being held hostage. Then she screamed and tried getting away. One of those fuckers caught her and threw her under the table. Bethy got real mad and had no objections whatsoever to letting old Harpy out. Funny thing, Bethy and me kinda look alike, but we got differences. Bethy's shoulder-length red hair changed to long, flowing violet hair. Bethy's green eyes became Harpy's red ones. Also, I removed Bethy's 60s cat-eye glasses and put them away. In all, Bethy looks like a plain Jane kind of girl. Harpy looks like one of them manga girls. Get yourself some Japanese comics and you'll get an idea at Harpy's bodily dimensions. But let me tell you, Harpy turned the tables on that gang fast. Harpy's much stronger than Bethy and adapts to things. By the time Harpy's finished, the gang's learned you never fuck with a chick from Brooklyn. After Harpy finished saving the day, that wicked Harmony Mirren tells the guards, "I want that Harley Quinn squawker arrested too." I gasped. "Squawker? Squawker?" Then I grabbed the rich bitch. "I'll give ya a squawker." Then I got all them tasers pointing right at me. Yeah, Harpy knows what tasers are like. So Harpy lets go of Harmony Mirren and raises her hands. Okay, put 'em down. Harpy'll come along quietly." Of course, Harpy grabbed the rest of Bethany's last pizza on the go. When we reached the rich bitch's office, Harmony has two guards bring Harpy in. Harmony pointed to a chair in front of her desk. "Sit, you squawker." Harpy sat and crossed her legs. Glad Bethy was wearing a miniskirt. After starting the last slice of pizza, I tossed the box at Harmony. "What you want with Harpy, rich bitch?" I snapped. Harmony knocked the box away and slammed her palms on the desk. "To lock you up forever and ever. Oh, I haven't forgotten you trying to have a slumber party in my mall, playing PlayStation at Best Buy and eating all the snacks." Harmony sat down. "Urgh! I only let you go because you got my baby back when that thing grabbed her and took her into the backwoods of Strickfield. Also, you paid for the damages you caused." She puts her fist under her chin and gave Harpy a devilish grin. "What to do with you now? That is the question." "Want me to call the police?" one of the guards asks. Suddenly, her queenship got mad as hell and sprang to her feet. "You didn't call them to come get those pieces of shit out there?" She balled her fists and screamed at the ceiling. Then she glared at the guard. "Are you seriously fucking kidding me right now?" She pointed to the door. "Get out!" The guard left, fast. Yeah, Harpy's Harpy, but Harmony is a Harpy. She finally calmed down and pointed to the door. "That is the incompetence I've got working for me." You had him get Harpy, didn't you?" I asked, finishing the slice of pizza. She slammed her hands on the desk again. "You let them get you. I saw how you handled those rowdy kids single-handedly." Yeah, Harpy went along quietly, 'cause she didn't want no tasers juicing her up again. "So what you want with Harpy, rich bitch?" I ask again. Harmony gets herself calm again before looking back at Harpy. I can't believe I'm doing this. Urgh. I'm offering you a job here at my mall as my head of security. Oh, did Harpy ever start laughing it up? Probably the most Harpy's ever laughed in her lifetime. When Harpy's finished, Harmony's face didn't change. You serious? Then I raised my hands in front of me. Nothing doing, rich bitch. Harpy ain't running shit detail for you. I'll pay you good money, Harmony states, and give you benefits. But Harpy can't be here during the day, I tell her. Harpy only comes out at night. Harmony pointed right at Harpy. And that is what I'd hire you for. You'll be in charge of my imbeciles in the evening and guard the mall at night. Then she says what she's willing to give Harpy. I was ready to walk out till I heard Bethy in my head. Take the job, Harpy. You know how much you love it here. But what about you, Bethy? I think back. Don't you want time at night for yourself too? And exactly what would I do with my time? All I do is study, work at the campus library, and go eat. Plus, we agreed you would have the night and I would have the day. Unless they're going to need you here during the day, go ahead and take the job. I looked at Harmony again. I guess you talked Harpy into it. When does Harpy start? Harmony points right at Harpy. Right now. Now Harpy gets to hang out at this glamorous mall all she wants. Yeah, the guards didn't like Harmony appointing Harpy as their new queen bitch. As long as they don't fuck with Harpy, I won't put them in their place. Only thing Harpy hates is wearing a uniform. At least Harpy gets to carry her very own taser now. Oh, and a radio, and shiny handcuffs. Bethy's right. Harpy really does love this mall. Perspective, Bethany. It's Christmas Eve now. Harmony asked Harpy to start working around noon today. As soon as we enter the mall, we can see why. Everybody and his brother and sister and their 2 friends and their second cousins are here. Last-minute Christmas shopping always brings everybody out, it seems. Anyway, I myself am here early to fill up. Both Harpy and I need the nourishment. Even today, we still have to eat lots of food the same way Shaggy Rogers does in Scooby-Doo. Like Shaggy, I'm also quite skinny. At first, I thought I was having multiple personality disorder, especially back at that haunted mansion a few years ago. It's known as Grim Manor, but after that horrible night I had there, I call it Murder Mansion. Honestly, I think I might have died there if it hadn't been for Harpy. All I had to do was see those spiders and... Ugh! I hate spiders! Anyway, I fainted when I saw those spiders in the attic. Black widows that would have killed me for sure. Harpy emerged and got us out of that situation. After we left Murder Mansion in the morning, we went to Denoyer's Grill. We filled up on several breakfast platters. Harpy and I were at odds again. Then that incident happened here at the mall where I got picked on, and Harpy got out. She loved the mall and wanted to be free, so she decided to have that slumber party Harmony Mirren mentioned earlier. Harpy got detained by both cops and security guards and was held in Harmony's office. Not long after, this very big ghoul broke into that office and took Harmony's child. Harpy and I had to put our differences aside and go save little Melanie. End result, Harpy saved the baby, and Harpy and I came to an understanding and agreed we'd share our body. Getting back to now, I have 3 extra-large pizzas with everything, including lots of cheese that I just ordered from Scotto's in the food court. There are times when I hate having to eat the way I do, which I'm sure is part of the reason why guys don't want anything to do with me. Also, they don't like that I'm far superior to them, not to toot my own horn. For the record, I do go out and have fun. I still enter escape room contests and win money. Even after what happened at Murder Mansion, I still love doing them. I feel they stimulate my mutant brain. Also, I'm a freelance detective who solves mysteries for police departments when they need help. Getting back to eating, I'd be lying if I said I didn't enjoy all the delicious food. What's even better is that we don't ever put on weight. On the other hand, if we don't eat when we need to, the hunger pangs can hurt like hell. If we go too long without eating, we can feel some serious pain and eventually die. That's what comes with having an ultra-high metabolism. Then there's those damn sorority girls who keep calling me Bethany the Boar, and those stupid fraternity guys who make fun of me because I dress like I'm from the 60s. Maybe I should just say the hell with it and let Harpy out full time, I muttered to myself. Aw, come on, Bethy, quit being so hard on yourself, I hear Harpy in my mind. I sigh. Am I that transparent? I think back. Give me a break, sissy. We're only twin sisters that gotta share a body forever and ever. We also share the same noggin, even though we do our own thinking and can keep our thoughts to ourselves. Don't forget, we see everything together. I sigh and feel a little better. To be honest, I'm used to having you with me by now, Harpy. You're my sister, but at the same time, you're the only real friend I've got in this world. Go figure. We're two souls living in one body. We'll be okay. We'll make it work, right? What choice we got, sissy? Harpy replies. I finally finished the pizzas. I suppose I could probably order another one, but I don't want to make Harpy late for work. After throwing the boxes away, we head towards the mall exit to get to where the security office is. Harpy spent her shift patrolling the mall. It ended up being a good day for Christmas Eve, and nobody got out of line. Harpy had to straighten out a few of the other guards when she caught them slacking off. Harmony Mirren sure was happy to see her latest investment paying off. Since Harpy is staying here all night, she gets to enjoy all the Christmas decorations and animatronics that remain on. It's not Harpy's job to turn them off. A couple of times we've seen Harmony actually admiring them, like they were touching her inner child. Harpy's been patrolling and hanging around. It's nearly midnight. It'll be Christmas in just a few short minutes. Suddenly, I feel myself coming back out. Harpy? I ask. What are you doing? Go ahead and enjoy the Christmas stuff, she tells me. You know you wanna. She's right. I love Christmas just as much as Harpy. Harmony never spares any expense when it comes to the holidays, especially these moving scenes. Thank you, Harpy, I think to her. I put my glasses on and admire the mall while closed, yet still lit up like a Christmas wonderland. Now I'm at center court and really admiring the big tree with its bright lights and beautiful decorations. Of course, I'm not paying attention when Harmony Mirren's golf cart pulls up. She points right at us. You can't be here. The mall's closed. And what are you doing in a security uniform? I hold up our hands in front of us. I'm leaving right now. When I run, Harmony immediately moves her cart in front of me. No, I'm taking you to the security office and calling the police. Then she gets on her radio. Harpy, where are you? When she obviously doesn't answer, she gets upset. Where are you, squawker? You're spending the night here at the mall. That's part of your job as nighttime security. You're stuck here with me. I'm ready to run to where Harmony can't see me so I can let Harpy back out. Suddenly, Harmony blocks me with her cart again. When she starts yelling at me, I hear my sister. Bethy, look to your left. As Harmony grabs my arm and shakes me, I listen to Harpy and look to see. What the hell are they doing here? I choke out. Harpy and I can't believe we're seeing those three walking here, inside Strickfield Town Center Mall. Those are the three detectives we met up with at Murder Mansion 2 years ago, on July 4th. Ed Smith, Brian Davenport and John Riddle. Last we checked, they're ghosts. They died that night just before Harpy and I ended up at Murder Mansion. You just know this is not going to be good. Perspective. Harpy. Let's turn back the clock a few years to July 4th, when Bethy was on her way back from Shore City. She won top prize in an escape room contest there. She just wanted to get back to Strickfield and get to Denoyer's Grill. Unfortunately, Bethy drove into a real bad storm. She kept her cool and stayed on the asphalt. When she saw the bridge she had to cross to get back into Strickfield got washed out by the storm, well, she had to take a detour. Unfortunately, we ended up in the backwoods of Strickfield. Then this burnout car was right in the middle of the road. Bethy couldn't stop in time and hit it. From there, she left the car to find shelter. She soon found Grimm Manor, a haunted plantation house like right out of the Civil War era. The house let Bethy in and kept her, us, inside. Yeah, Bethy's been referring to us as us, so it's only fair Harpy does the same, right? Anyway, we walk until we reach the living room. That's where Bethy sees those detectives. Come to think of it, those idiots never met Harpy. Long story short, Bethy solved all the escape rooms in the mansion with a little help from Harpy. Bethy also determined everybody we met at Grimm Manor were ghosts. Yeah, that even included Ed Smith, Brian Davenport, and John Riddle. See, Bethy determined those idiots died on their way here to look for Beauregard Grimm's fortune. Years ago, Bethy accidentally got them all fired when she solved cases those morons should have been able to solve. After that, they tried challenging Bethy in escape rooms and couldn't beat her at those either. Guess they found they was good at treasure hunting 'cause they made the papers with all the treasures they uncovered. Grimm Manor was one treasure hunt they should have looked the other way on. See, the one driving the car wasn't slowing down in the storm. He lost control, hit a tree, came back on the road, and kablammy! They all died in a big fiery explosion, and their ghosts found their way to Grimm Manor. It took Bethy figuring and telling them they was ghosts, and she proved it by passing our hand right through each of them. Flashing back to now, how the hell'd they get out of Grimm Manor and come to the mall? Yeah, Harpy ain't getting it neither, Bethy, I think to her. Even though one of us is in control of our body, the other one also sees what's happening. Also, the one riding along can rest, which is how Bethy and me found out we can keep moving without sleeping. Eventually, we both gotta have our rest. That's how we agreed Bethy can have daytime and Harpy can have the nightlife. Careful, Bethy. They're coming this way. As Bethy's about to let Harpy come back out, Harmony Mirren grabs a hold of her shoulder. You listen to me, young lady. I don't care if you stuff yourself full of pizza in my food court at least 3 times a week. You're coming with me so I can call the police. She's back on her radio. Harpy, answer me, damn it! It's Christmas now, and them 3 ghosties are making their way here. Bethy tries telling Harmony, you need to go, lady, right now. But you know how stubborn the rich bitch is. This is my mall. Well, well, well. Look what we got here. Ed Smith sneers when he reaches us. Look at you, Bethany Martinson. You think you're too smart to follow the rules of this mall, eh? John Riddle points at us. You really thought you was gonna get away, and with all our money. Brian Davenport's sneering now. Yeah, we ain't going with that. That's why we snuck away from Grimm Manor. See, we ain't ready to go into eternal peace just yet. In other words, we got a score to settle with you first, little Miss Know-It-All, Ed Smith says. And since we can't take our money we came for that night back with us, we gotta get you to come back to Grimm Manor right now, so you can die and hang out with us. for the long term, Brian Davenport remarks. I'll never return to that house ever again, Bethy yells. As Harmony Mirren gets off of her cart to give them ghosties hell, they immediately grab her right to him. What the hell do you think you're doing? Harmony yells. Do you have any idea who the fuck I am? I am Harmony Mirren, and you will... shut your trap, lady, John Riddle snaps. Ed Smith points right at us now. If you ever want to see this woman here ever again, you'll have to come out to Grim Manor and get her. And before Bethy can change places with Harpy, those bastards fly in the air, lifting Harmony off the floor with them. They fly her to a nearby exit and pass right through it. Even Harmony passes through it just like the ghosties. Oh shit, Bethy cries. It'll be okay, I think to her. Just let Harpy out and she'll go get the rich bitch. Bethy don't argue and comes back inside when Harpy's coming out. Once Harpy's free, I take off Bethy's glasses and slip them into my pocket. Okay, you fucking ghosties, I say. You made a big mistake coming here, and now Harpy's coming. And Harpy's mad. Perspective, Bethany. I still can't believe the change that takes place between us when we switch our souls. It's amazing that Harpy's more than human when she gains control of our body. I'm skinny, but Harpy has meat on the bones. Now Harpy's marching to the mall exit. Suddenly she stops before reaching the doors. What are you doing, Harpy? I think to her. Gotta dress for battle, sissy. Harpy thinks back. I know I won't win this one. Harpy believes that the clothes make the girl. She lifts the gate to Falconer's Fashions, breaking the lock, and goes in. She quickly grabs what she wants off the racks and changes clothes. When she's finished, she remembers my glasses and storms out. She unlocks one of the exit doors to get outside. Then she relocks it. We need a car, sissy. Harpy can do lots of things, but she can't fly. Harpy, please don't get us arrested, I implore her. Who, Harpy? Nah. Why don't I like that tone in her voice? Harpy walks out onto the parking lot to look around. Ooh, yeah, look, sissy. Listen, Harpy, you've only driven a car one time, I tell her, and that one is huge. Come on, sissy, you gotta stop being such a boring Bethy, she teases. Harpy'll take care of everything. That's what I'm afraid of, I groan. Harpy reaches the Hummer and breaks into it. I think it's safe to say Harpy's learned a lot during my lonely movie nights in our dorm, especially when we watched The Terminator. Harpy rips the steering column open and starts the car the same way Arnold Schwarzenegger did. Yeah! Cries that crazy Brooklyn girl who sounds just like Harley Quinn. Hi-ho, Harpy! When my sister floors the gas, she's heading in the direction of the backwoods of Strickfield. I groan when Harpy's on the road and running multiple red lights. I'm still thinking Harpy's making up for all the years she remained the recessive soul in our body. I know we're really in trouble when Harpy turns on the radio to George Thorogood's Bad to the Bone. Oh my God, what are the chances? Harpy changes the station and gets Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree by Brenda Lee. Yeah! We're on our way, sissy! Harper cries out happily. Just get us to Murder Mansion alive, will you? I mutter. Always the borin' Bethy, she mutters back. Harpy knows what she's doing. Harpy keeps us speeding along with her lead foot. Whee! Before long, we're on the main road, leading out to the backwoods. Then Harpy utters some choked, happy sounds. Such pretty lights, Bethy, she whispers. Harpy loves Christmas decorations. They go so good with the snow. She's not wrong. Harpy's eyes definitely brightened up over the Halloween lights and decorations back in October as well. You do remember the way to Murder Mansion, right? I ask. Harpy's gotcha, she promises. Once Harpy reaches the curve where the detective's car was in the middle of the road, she drives right off it and into the snow-covered backwoods of Strickfield. I don't swear much, but I think we're going to be in some serious shit before too long. In fact, Harpy breaks to a halt right in front of Murder Mansion. Harpy cuts the motor and gets out. She marches right up to the front double doors and moves to kick them in, only they don't budge. "What the fuck?" Harpy growls. "I know I'm strong enough to rip these doors right off, sissy." Harpy keeps throwing her strength into the doors, but they won't give up the ghost, no pun intended. She even tries shattering the windows, but they won't even vibrate when her fists make contact. When Harpy sees she can't get through, she looks up to the sky and howls with rage. "Harpy mad!" "You're going to have to let me out for a little bit," I tell her. "Those detectives are expecting me, not you. Trust me on this." Harpy thinks about it. "Okay, Bethy, let's hope you're right." Harpy shifts back into boring Bethany. "Great, I'm wearing these slutty clothes, and I still couldn't get a man to want me." I gulp in terror and make myself go to the front doors. I'm breathing fast as I turn the knob. Sure enough, it opens right up just for me. I feel my knees shaking. Suddenly, this huge gust of winter wind blows me right into the haunted house. Shortly after, the door I opened slams shut. Just like that 4th of July night 2 years ago. I quickly turn around and try opening the doors. When they won't budge, I suck it up and make my way to the living room where I first saw those 3 douchebags. Sure enough, they're in the living room waiting for me, and they've got Harmony Mirren secured to a recliner. Ed Smith sneers. "Aw, gee, Bethany, you didn't have to get all dressed up just for us." John Riddle gives me a thumbs up. "Sexy!" "Okay, I'm here," I yell. "I can't believe you 3 got all butthurt over what happened when we were all out here over 2 years ago." I realize I'm not feeling so scared when I'm pissed. Riddle points to me. "That was our money, and you were the one who walked out of here with it." I tighten my fists. "Don't blame me because your dumbasses died that night. I wasn't the one driving recklessly in a bad rainstorm." Brian Davenport points at me now. "But you left us here and took off with the money." I'm squeezing my fists now. "Why is it always that you men can never take responsibility for anything you do? Again, I wasn't the one driving your car. I had no idea you 3 would even be out here at Murder Mansion. I just wanted to find a phone and call for a tow." I point to them now. Actually, it was you who caused my car to be wrecked. You're the reason I ended up coming here in the first place. I wasn't here for Beauregard Grimm's fortune. I only ended up solving the escape rooms and taking the money because I was forced into the hunt. Ed Smith waves me off. "Don't matter now. What does matter is you're here." He points at Harmony. "The 2 of you are going to remain here and take our places. See, we're leaving and going back into the real world. We're tired of staying here." Davenport sneers now. "So we're going to kill you both and take your bodies to get back into the real world. Guess we're going to be chicks now." I groan and shake my head slowly. "There are 3 of you here, and you're going to kill 2 of us. What, is one of you staying behind? Clearly you idiots did not think this through." When the 3 of them look at each other, I just shake my head slowly. Like I told you 2 years ago, it's all about the details. You never paid attention to them before, and you still don't pay attention to them now. "We paid enough attention," Smith replies. "You came to save this woman, and you don't even know her." He looks at Harmony. "You should have just left her for dead. She's one of those ultra-rich Mirrens, right? I highly doubt she'd have come to save you." "But we're not talking about her, right?" I snap. "Your beef is with me." Suddenly, Smith flies at me. When he passes right through me, I quickly drop to my butt. Now I feel like I haven't slept for 4 days. "Let me out, Bethany," I hear Harpy calling from within. I try and focus to let my sister back out. Then Davenport passes right through me. I groan and fall on my side. I feel like I've got no energy at all. I can't even focus enough to release Harpy. "Come on, Bethany, let Harpy out!" she yells. "I'm trying," I think back. I'm so exhausted. I can't move. I can't think. "Bethy, we ain't dying here in this fucking shithole and on Christmas," Harpy yells. "Now get your ass up and let Harpy out." "Finish her off," Smith tells Riddle. "One more pass and she's dead. Then we can finish the Mirren woman and leave for good." We can also hear Harmony Mirren struggling and throwing every curse word at those bastards in one breath. "You know, Bethy, what if them spiders come back?" Harpy goads me. "What if you end up being hanged like August and Dorothy Grimm was back in the day? Or do you want us roaming the halls here as ghosties? 'Cause if you don't move, sissy, that's what's gonna happen. Of course you can lay right here and wait for the spiders to come and get you." Then we hear Riddle. "Since it's obvious we ain't getting our money, Bethany, I think it's a pretty good consolation prize that we get you. You should have stayed out of our business, kid." We can see Riddle coming at us, and I know this is the end if he passes right through me. Perspective, Harpy. 'Cept Riddle ain't expecting the girl to suddenly spring up. Then that Riddle idiot slams into Harpy and bounces away. Harpy steps up to him. Boo! Then the ghostie cries out in fright and tumbles through one of the big couches, making Harpy laugh. I point at him. "You's a ghostie, and Harpy just scared ya?" "Bethany? Bethany? You're Harpy?" Harmony shrieks in disbelief. "You miss me, rich bitch?" I reply. "Yeah, Harpy came out here to save ya ass." "Pass through her already, Riddle!" Smith yells his way. Riddle gets his shit together. "I don't get it. How'd you get purple hair, red eyes, and a hot body, Bethany? And why are you talking like that? You finally lose your marbles now?" Harpy laughs again. "Yeah, you shitheads ain't never met Harpy, did ya? Now all them ghosties come flying right at Harpy. They try passing through me and bounce off. Don't ask how Harpy repels ghosties. I probably adapted to him. Of course, Harpy can do lots of things Bethy can't. I leap over to Harmony and break her ropes. "We're getting out of here, rich bitch." Harmony tightens her jaw and looks right at Harpy. "Excuse you?" I laugh a little. Okay. Boss bitch." Harmony smirks. "That's more like it, squawker." I point at her. "You pushin' your luck calling Harpy a squawker. Maybe Harpy'll leave you here after all." Then I think to Bethany. How do we kill ghosties, sissy?" "Let's just get out of here." Bethy returns. "Works for Harpy." I think back. I turn to Harmony. "Come on, boss bitch, we out of here." I hoist up Harmony and speed to the doors we came in through. This time Bethy ain't suggesting coming out again. I put Harmony down and pump my fists. Harpy's throwing punch after punch, but the door refuses to budge again. Them ghosties are getting closer. Then Harpy takes another deep breath before focusing on the doors again. "Harpy, mad!" Harpy hits them doors so hard they fly right past the Hummer Bethy and me came here in. Harmony and Harpy run outside. I toss the keys to her. "Get out of here." Harmony tosses them back. "I'm not getting my ass pulled over for driving a stolen vehicle. How fucking stupid do you think I am?" "She's got a good point, Harpy." Bethy thinks at me. Yeah, I think back. But we wouldn't have had a chance to leave in the Hummer. The ghosties go into it and make it blow up. "Hey! Harpy loved driving that car!" Harpy yells at the ghosties. "Car! That's it, Harpy!" Bethy cries out. "We've got to go look for that car. The one those men came here in. I reported it once I got my new cell phone, but the police said they never found it. So how do we find it, sissy? I think. We'll have to just go looking for it, she thinks back. There's no easy way to do it. Then Harpy's eyes change for me to see better in the dark. Ooh, night vision. So what now? Harmony asks. You coming with me, boss bitch, I tell her. Harpy removes her jacket and gives it to Harmony. After she puts it on, Harpy lifts her onto her shoulder again. Put me down, you squawker, she yells. You are so fired. Whatever, I muttered back. Can't leave you here for them ghosties, right? Harpy's finding she can run real fast. Harpy's feeling her leg muscles swelling up and burning. Yeah, Bethy's superpower is in her brains. Harpy's being able to adapt to shit. Harpy can cover a lot of ground fast now, even wearing heels. Bethy tells me where she hit the car, so Harpy heads that away. Stop! We hear one of them ghosties calling out. What do you think you're doing? Another one calls out. Looking for a place to pee, I call back. You fuckers want to watch? Harpy keeps running and keeping ahead of the ghosties. When Harpy starts running out of breath, she's feeling something weird in both lungs. Harpy adapting again. I know what happened, but Harpy ain't breathing now and can run even faster. The thing about these adaptations is when I become Bethy again, I lose all of them, till they gotta happen again. When Harpy makes it to the main highway, Bethy tells me where to go. After a little more running. Over here, Harpy, Bethy cries. I see it, sissy, I think back. Harpy steps on it and races to the snow-covered car. When I reach it, I put Harmony back down. It's a burnt-out car with 3 charred skeletons sitting inside. What now, sissy? I think. Use that strength of yours and start digging, Bethany thinks back. Ah, I get you now, Bethy, I tell her. Harpy's grabbing and tearing chunks out of the ground. Bethy's idea is to make 3 graves. I'm thinking she's thinking we gotta give those idiots decent burials. I remember how Papa used to tell us stories about burying the dead and why when we was kids back in Brooklyn. Harpy keeps digging and digging. My hands become bigger and turn into long claws now. I moan hard when I'm feeling my muscles growing more and more. Harpy can easily rip more and more ground out now. Those fucking ghosts are getting closer, Squawker, Harmony yells my way. Keep it up, Harmony. Harpy'll be digging a 4th grave just for you, I growl. Now shut up and make yourself useful by getting them skeletons out of the car. Oh, Christ, Harmony groans. Ew! Harpy's a real mess by the time she's finished digging the graves. Harpy's new clothes she got at the mall before leaving got all fucked up. I even lost my boots. Least my nails, claws, are still perfect. Leave those skeletons alone! Ed Smith roars as the ghosties are almost on us. I run and help Harmony. Harpy rips the door off and grabs 2 skeletons. Harmony grabs the last one. Come on, boss bitch, let's move, I tell her. Then I think to Bethy. There ain't no burial rites we gotta perform, is there? I only know what Dad talked about years ago, Bethy thinks back. We can only hope burying them works. Harmony and me get the skeletons into the graves. Now Harpy's gotta cover up the holes. Stop right there, or we'll kill the Mirren woman, Riddle threatens Harpy. Harmony points to me. You keep right on working, you squawker. I'm rehiring you, so you do what your boss bitch tells you. Move it! Harpy works faster and faster till the holes are filled in. Harpy's feeling really strong now. I groan when I'm still getting stronger and bigger. My miniskirt rips until it falls off, and my top rips at the sides, but don't completely fall off to reveal the ladies. Harmony quickly comes and stands to where I'm blocking the ghosties. Harpy keeps working and working till all the graves are filled in completely. It's then when the ghosties roar and disappear in a bright flash of light. When the ghosties are gone, Harpy stands back up. Holy shit, Harmony shrieks. "Squawker, you're... Harpy's a good 3 heads taller than Harmony now, and she's ripped all over. Harpy turned into a big Amazon harpy. Then I pick up Harmony by her shoulders and look her in the face. Even like this, Harmony still ain't scared of Harpy. You do know I still expect you to guard the mall tonight, you squawker, even though it is Christmas." Then she looks Harps over again. "Guess I'll have to get you a bigger uniform." Perspective, Bethany. Harpy, still in her Amazon-like state, ran all the way back to Strickfield Town Center Mall with Harmony Mirren, cradled in her arms. Even barefoot, Harpy could still run like she had the best set of running shoes money could buy. Even though our panties and her top were stretched to their limits, the freezing cold didn't bother Harpy in the slightest, and she had a lot of skin exposed. The mall is still closed. After Harpy put Harmony down, she pulls out her keyring and uses her master key to open the entrance to let us back inside. Harpy squats down to enter. After Harmony locks the door back up, she turns to look at Harpy and is still amazed at how tall and muscular she is. Now Harpy and Harmony are just looking at each other. Even though it's nice and warm in the mall, Harmony's shivering now. No, more like trembling. Then she falls to her knees and starts crying. Harpy lowers herself to one knee and puts a huge hand on her shoulder. "Aw, hey, what's the matter? Why the tears? We got out of them woods and beat them ghosties no problem, right? Come on, why so sad on Christmas?" I hate my life," she chokes out. "I hate this fucking mall. I really hate it." She makes herself look up at Harpy. "I hate my fucking parents. Nobody has any idea of the hell they put me through. They pounded the Mirren ways into me over and over again. I wasn't allowed to date. I wasn't allowed to leave the house. I was always homeschooled. Everything in my life was planned out for me, ruining my childhood. I was being groomed to take over Dad's businesses." Harmony gets up. She makes a fist and screams as she's about to punch a nearby wall. Harpy quickly stops her before she punches it and injures herself. She turns her around. "Come on, you can talk to Harpy," she urges Harmony. "I ain't got nothing but time. I'm your nighttime security guard, remember? Or did you really mean it when you said Harpy was fired?" "Please don't leave," Harmony begs. "I have to talk to somebody. I can't be alone on Christmas again. Please." We sit down with Harmony and let her talk. The two of us are both sad at hearing how Harmony inherited the mall after her parents were killed by the Angel of Death and was forced to learn everything about the business on her own and keep it from going under. She had to raise money to pay off all the investors who demanded returns. She ended up getting pregnant because she met a man in a bar when she snuck out one night. When her parents learned she was pregnant, they wanted to throw her out. They didn't, though. They made her take care of the baby herself. Harmony had sleepless nights once Melanie was born. To make matters worse, Harmony ended up losing Melanie when her grandparents sued her for custody, and won. Since Harmony had to keep this mall going and keep it from collapsing and having to pay off the investors, she couldn't make enough quality time for her child. Even though she brought her daughter to the mall, her grandparents still didn't think it was an ideal environment for a baby. It's no secret that the Mirrens will turn on anybody, even their own. Harmony finally had to sell the family mansion to pay off the debts. She's since got the mall in the black, but now Harmony reveals the mall itself is actually her home. Guess that explains why she's always here. Harmony had been crying and trembling while venting to us. I think she was surprised Harpy was willing to listen. "Hey, you're gonna be okay," Harpy tells her softly. Harmony takes Harpy's big hand in hers. "I know we're on pins and needles, but I'm glad you're here. And thanks for not kicking my ass. Believe me, I know I deserve it. Now you just stop right there, Harpy snaps. Remember something. It's Christmas. It's never too late to change who you are. And even Harpy knows it's this time of year when you can do it. I mean, it worked for Scrooge, right? I myself watched A Christmas Carol enough times. We can see things through our eyes together, regardless of who the dominant soul is at the time. You really think I can change? Harmony stammers. You can do what you want, Harpy tells her. You're still young. It ain't too late. You don't want to be like Scrooge and be over the hill and find life passed you by, do you? Especially if you was mean and nasty all your life. Yeah, you can change. You gotta wanna, though. Harmony nods quickly. Thank you, Squawker. I do want to keep working here. It sure sounds like Harmony's taken a real liking to Harpy. Harpy smirks. You got it, boss bitch. Then Harpy lifts Harmony into her arms as the two of them hug. I think this is the start of a beautiful friendship between these two frenemies. Also, Harmony promised to keep the secret Harpy and I share together. The question is, will Harmony change for the better, the way Ebenezer Scrooge did? I guess we'll see. I myself think the spirit of Christmas caught up to Harmony. If a rough-edged Brooklyn Spitfire like Harpy can learn the meaning of Christmas, then Harmony can learn too. The truth is, we can all learn to embrace the spirit of Christmas. All we have to do is just open our hearts and let it in. Merry Christmas. Holiday Homecoming Hullabaloo by Joe Solmo. Hey, Grandpa, came the voice of a child from the other room. The chill, late December air followed as Mark's daughter and grandson entered. A smile crossed his creased face, and his eyes lit up brighter than the Christmas tree adjacent to the big picture window, looking out on suburbia. It had been 5 years since Brandon died, since she lost the love of her life. It took her that long to get herself back into a position to have control on her life, not just emotionally, but financially. It was the first time since the funeral she could come home for a visit to their hometown and where her husband was buried. Hey there, Bryce. Look how big you got, Mark said, rising from his chair with some effort. His hip was bothering him again. He would have to ask Amy to bring him his prescription when she got back from the store. He gave his grandson a look over. He could see his daughter's face in the one looking back at him. She had the same cherub cheeks separated with a gap-toothed smile when she was 10. He looked up at his daughter, standing in the doorway to the living room. He wondered where the time had gone. She had turned into a woman without him even knowing. He held out his arms, inviting her in. Jennifer rushed to her father. It had been years since she had smelled his aftershave. They stood there, father and daughter, reunited in silence. Only the crackle of the fireplace made a sound. A short moment passed before Bryce started to tug on his mom's jacket. "Mom, I have to use the bathroom," he said in a whiny voice. Jennifer pulled away from her father with a smile. "It's right down the hall, young man," Mark said and held his hand out. "Right this way." Jennifer watched her father lead her son down the same dark wood-paneled walls towards the bathroom. She remembered him walking her down that hall with the same paneling. It might be time to replace it, she thought. She dropped into a worn armchair facing the fire and took a moment to herself, to enjoy the warmth, the silence, and the feeling of being home. She had been so disheveled since the funeral, trying to figure out who she was and where she was going to land. She had barely had a moment to sit and just enjoy life, or even find joy in life, if she was being honest. Her eye drifted over the various knickknacks and bric-a-brac her parents had collected in their 40 years of marriage. Various ceramic figures stood vigilant on wooden shelves in both interior corners of the room, a stark white against the dark walnut paneling. A dancing girl twirling an umbrella was on the top shelf, next to a fisherman holding a rod with a whopper of a fish. Jennifer remembered when she was a child, she had said they were her parents, since her mom loved to dance and her dad spent many Saturdays on the water. A pop in the fireplace grabbed her attention. She stared into the fire, remembering so many years ago, her father stoking that fire as her and her brother would gather to open their presents for Christmas. She wanted that same kind of memory for her son Bryce, but it wasn't meant to be. Bryce couldn't have a Christmas with his father. Why did Brandon have to be such an asshole and die on her? Leave her to raise Bryce alone? He said he would always be there for her, but where was he now? Deep down inside, she knew she could face whatever came her way. She just didn't want to face it alone. She missed having him around to bounce ideas off, to make memories with. Hell, just to snuggle with on the couch with a good movie. She wished he was there with her now. She stood up and got closer to the fireplace, looking at the old pictures in stand-up frames on the mantel. Then her eyes fell upon the saw her father had on the mantel on a little stand. It looked old, ancient really. The wood handle sanded smooth except where a sun and moon were carved, forming the grooves for fingers. Her father never spoke of the saw. He never used it. It just sat there as a curious curio from the past. She traced her fingers along the polished metal surface of the blade, careful to keep her fingertips from the sharp teeth. It called to her in some subconscious way. She could almost hear a voice call her name in a breathy whisper. Jennifer! She wrapped her hand around it. It was warm to the touch. She felt the pulse of life in the wood, like a heartbeat. Jennifer! That voice, so familiar, like a favorite hoodie or blanket. The words wrapped around her, comforting her. Where did she know it from? Jennifer, are you okay? Jennifer gasped and pulled her hand back. She turned to see her mother, looking concerned at her. Didn't you hear me come in, Jenny? Amy asked. No, I guess not, she replied, looking back at the saw resting on its display stand. Grandma! Came a shrill voice from the hall as Bryce charged into the down coat his grandmother wore. He wrapped his arms around her waist and squeezed so hard she could hardly breathe. Nice to see you, Bryce, she said in a strained voice. She tried to pry his young arms apart and escape his excited clutch. Bryce, let your grandma go, Jennifer said, and helped her mom out. Got any cookies? Bryce asked. I might. Let's go to the kitchen and find out. Although I think it's time for lunch, Amy said, leading him away. Amy, dear, my pills? Mark asked. Right away, his wife replied. Dad, I could have gotten them for you, Jennifer stated. No big deal. She likes to fuss over me, Mark answered and sat back down where he was before company came. "Have a seat," he finished, gesturing to the chair she was sitting in earlier. "Grandma said come get lunch," Bryce said, entering the room. "I'm not very hungry," Jennifer said, looking up at the mantel. "Grandma said I can't have a cookie until everyone eats lunch," Bryce answered his mom. "Looks like we have no choice," Mark said. "Help your grandfather up." Bryce grabbed his grandfather's sweater sleeve and gave a big yank. He pulled the sleeve half off Mark's arm. "Easy! You gotta hold my hand," Mark said with a chuckle. Bryce did better the second time, and they all went to the kitchen. "Let's go get lunch, then I can take my pills. Supposed to take 'em with food anyway," Mark finished. "Look, Grandpa! It's snowing!" As the evening shadows grew, the snow outside began to pile up in large, puffy flakes, the beauty of which was lost on Keiko. She came here, to the mortal realm, for one reason: to get back what was stolen from her people. It was her shame that drove her. It was the perfect time, a fortnight, to get the job done as the days grew their darkest to cross over. It was a long way home, tunneling through the strange rock of this new continent, but she had to return to where it had happened. She eyed the home of her adversary. Many years had gone by since their paths had crossed, since that night so long ago. In fact, this wasn't where it happened at all, and it took years to track him down. 50 years ago, this Christmas Eve, it happened. But she had no concern for mortal calendars. All she knew was that her kind could come out during the 12 days of Christmas while the sun ceases its seasonal movement. For that 2-week span, they could put down their tools and take a break from toiling down in the earth on the roots of the world tree. The last time she was here was a fiasco, one that she was now going to right. Keiko, along with a fire hydrant, made their way across the snow-covered driveway, glancing this way and that. Her greatest fear was that one of this world's dogs would grab her and run off. The hydrant's fear of dogs was a different one altogether. She stood on tippy-toes and looked over the hood of the Buick, but there was no canine in sight. One diminutive hand slid into her pocket, pulling out a small knife. A wicked smile crossed her face. "Grandpa, do you have any good Christmas stories?" Bryce asked with a mouthful of gingerbread cookie. "About Santa?" Mark asked. "No, I've heard all those. Those are boring," Bryce said in an impatient voice. Jennifer noticed her father's glance to the mantel on the fireplace. It was only for a second, but she caught it. "Hey, Dad, why don't you tell the story of that small saw on the mantel? Even I haven't heard that one," Jennifer prodded. "That's not a story I'm particularly proud of," Mark responded with a sigh. He rose to his feet gingerly and walked over to the fireplace. He stared at the fire for a long moment before he spoke again. "Well, I'm not getting any younger. It's probably best I get it off my chest." Mark reached up with his weathered hand and wrapped it around the handle, feeling the smooth, worked wood once again in his hands. No species of tree on earth compared to this, he thought, as he looked at the grain, which seemed to shimmer from his touch. He turned and faced his family. It was such a crazy story, an insane night from 5 decades earlier, when he was just a teenager. A story no one believed over the years, so much so that he doubted his own memories, if it wasn't for the saw. A tear raced down his cheek as he looked at it. At first, instinct had told him to take it from her. Then, he decided to keep the thing. He always meant to return it someday. But 1 year turned into another. Then, another. It was Christmas Eve. A 14-year-old Mark was making his way through the snow that covered the streets of suburbia. He was visiting his friend Claudio when Claudio's mother called down to them in the basement. "Mark, your mother wants you to come home," she yelled down the stairs. Mark sighed. Always in the middle of combat, he thought, as he threw his 20-sided dice down on the table. "I gotta go." "If you leave now, you might die," Claudio said with a smirk. Mark knew he was just teasing. He looked around the table at his friends. "Sorry, guys," Mark said, before racing up the stairs and out into the frigid air. He still only had one arm in his coat, since the other held his book bag. He stopped in front of the church on Main Street to put his jacket all the way on. That's when he first saw her. At first, he thought someone had let their kid out alone. The small figure was in the front lawn of the church and ducked behind the hedges that were carved into nativity animals for the holidays. As he made his way in front of the large brick building, he called out to the kid. "I swear if I get hit with a snowball," he started to warn. Then, he heard a sound. He stopped and listened. In the snowstorm, sound was all but silenced, but he heard the rhythmic sound of a saw. What was that kid up to back there? "Hey, kid!" Mark called out and started to walk towards the break in the hedges where the slabs of concrete lead to the front door. "You cutting down their hedges or something?" Mark finished as he rounded a hedge in the shape of a donkey to confront the young child. "What are you up to?" Mark asked the kid, hidden in the shadows of the hedge. The child gasped and turned to face him, its features illuminated in a beam of streetlight. Mark took a step back, unsure what he was looking at. Its eyes showed years beyond comprehension, dark pools of eternity. What he thought was a snowsuit was long brown hair covering its body. He called it an it because it had a long tail that flicked with nervous energy. "What are you?" he whispered in anxious awe. "Keiko," it replied in a feminine voice. "You're Keiko?" Mark asked. There was a hint of wonder in his voice. He was still cautious, but was more curious than anything else. "Keiko, name," the creature responded, pointing at her chest. That was when he first laid eyes on the saw. It was beautiful. "What are you doing with that saw, Keiko?" he asked. The creature clutched the small cutting tool to her chest, protectively. He looked past her and saw where she had been sawing into the small trunks of the hedges. Small piles of sawdust lay on the snow. "Give me that!" Mark said, and yanked the saw from Keiko's hand. She growled at him and charged at him with a quickness he was not expecting. Mark backpedaled away a few steps, but when he saw the look on Keiko's face, he thought it best to run. He ran back to the street and looked over his shoulder. Keiko was standing on the edge of the road, and Mark could finally get a good look at her. She had cloven feet, a hairy body, and a tail. She growled at him, and he swore her eyes glowed with a red intensity. He looked down at the saw and thought about chucking it back at her. But for some reason, He thought taking it was the right thing to do, to stop whatever mayhem Keiko was up to. Clomp, clomp. Mark could hear Keiko behind him and gaining fast. Suddenly, a burst of something shot past him and hit a fire hydrant. The hydrant came alive, splitting at the top into a mouth of fangs. It broke free from the concrete and started after him with a metallic clang. "Oh shit!" Mark yelled and ran back across the street, diving through the same hedges he had fled just in time as another blast hit the bush shaped like a camel, and it came to life as well. It lowered its head down towards him and roared with an open, thorny mouth. It vomited a terrified, wide-eyed squirrel at him. Mark fell on his butt, trying to get away from the camel as it tried to lift its legs and uproot itself to give chase. He scooted backwards until his back came to rest on something. The camel, the hydrant, and Keiko were standing at the edge of the church lawn, looking at him. "Oh shit, I am gonna die tonight. Claudio was right," he said through shallow breaths. "Give me back what is mine," Keiko said. "Why are you destroying the hedges?" Mark asked, looking down at the saw he still gripped. "For fun," Keiko replied, and took a few steps closer. "You see, my kind only come to the mortal realm for 12 days a year. We can finally take a break from our labor and come live it up. Causing a little mayhem is just how we blow off steam after a hard year's work," the creature continued. "What do you do for work?" Mark asked, trying to bide him time until he caught his breath and could run away again. "My brothers and sisters and I saw away at the World Tree. We were almost through this time. One final push when we get back should do it. But right now, my kin are here with the mortals for a little fun." "Give me back my saw!" Keiko snarled. "The World Tree? Don't we need that?" Mark asked. In reality, he had never heard of it. "We cut and saw. We make it fall. We saw and cut. The world's kaput." The creature, fire hydrant, and camel sang in unison. "I gotta get out of here," Mark said, and scrambled to his feet, just as Keiko held up a wand and shot another blast at him. He somersaulted out of the way, losing his backpack in the process. He turned to see what the blast had hit, and was horrified as baby Jesus crawled out of the manger with a menacing look. Mark ran through the ankle-deep snow before launching over the hedges and raced home, still clutching the saw in his hand. As the boy made his way down the dark street, Keiko picked up the backpack and rifled through it. She pulled out a hat and lowered it to the crawling baby Jesus and had it sniff it. "Lead me to him, boy," she said, and followed the little savior on the back of a thorny camel. The fire hydrant reluctantly followed behind, having to clang his way through the streets. "Grandpa, did that really happen?" Bryce asked with half a cookie stuffed in his mouth. Everyone had been engrossed in the story. The room had grown dark. The fire was now embers. Jennifer went over to stoke and feed it. "Every word of it," Mark said. "Was it an elf?" Bryce asked. "Oh no, nothing like that. It was a goblin, you see. A Calicantzaros, to be exact. Took me a while to find them at the library, but I eventually did. You see, they spend all year toiling underground, hacking and sawing at the World Tree, trying to topple the world. But they get a Christmas vacation, like you do. For the 12 days of Christmas, they come to the surface to cause mayhem. Every year they cause mischief, then return to the World Tree to find it had healed itself in their absence, and they have to start all over again, Mark explained. The sound of broken glass came from the kitchen. Jennifer was faster than her parents and made it to the doorway first. She saw the shards of glass laying in the sink as the curtains whipped around in the snowy wind coming through. Then, a small hand gripped the windowsill, and then another. A face peeked out over the sill, straining to lift itself with its tiny nativity arms. There was a pounding on the front door. Jennifer heard everyone gasp. "What is it?" she called back as she opened the closet where her mom kept the brooms and mops. She grabbed the first handle she could find and raised it like a weapon towards the small savior. There's a hydrant at the door," Bryce called back, like it was the most natural thing in the world. "A hydrant?" she called back. "And a grassy camel," the son replied. Jennifer took a deep breath and prepared to fend off the animated child of God. It giggled a child's giggle as saliva dripped off its fanged teeth. It ran a forked tongue over those teeth as its blood-red eyes made contact with Jennifer's. "Not today, baby Jesus," she said and swatted at the tiny Trinity with her broom, knocking it back into the sink. She ran up and jabbed it with the wooden handle. The nimble animated nativity set dodged and grabbed with a little hand on the end of the broom handle. It had surprising strength, and it took all that Jennifer had to pull it from his holy grip. She struck back, but he dodged again. She hit the sink so hard it split the wooden handle and made a sharp point. "Mom, they're breaking down the door," Bryce called from the other room. In her manic state, Jennifer's fight-or-flight response removed any intelligent thought and sent her in for the kill as the animated Christ child climbed onto the countertop. It was making its way towards the knife block a few feet away. Jennifer jabbed again with the broken broom handle, this time impaling the side of the diminutive Messiah. She pushed with such force that the nearly weightless porcelain prophet slid across the counter until the exposed broomstick stuck into the wall. Its wicked forked tongue lashed out at her, wrapping around her wrist. She fought to pull back, but the tongue is a strong muscle. She grabbed her arm with her other hand and pulled. She started to make some progress as the saliva-coated muscle began to lose its grip. From the other room, Jennifer heard the door breaking down. She gave a final yank, giving a slip to the tongue. The life left the animated body, and it fell limp. She watched the body for a few seconds before she was satisfied it wouldn't attack again. A golden light illuminated the pierced porcelain child, and a ghostly visage of the baby raised up through the window. She turned her back on the kitchen and started towards the living room. "Jennifer!" She heard the voice again. It stopped her in her tracks. She turned back around. The hairs stood on the back of her neck. She could no longer hear the chaos in the room next door. She could only hear, "Jennifer, there is a way to fix this." Bryce kicked at the fire hydrant as it opened its toothy mouth and puked rusty water at him. It sent him reeling back into his grandfather's chair. He shivered in the cold water as he got back to his feet. He had to protect his grandparents. Mark stood in front of Amy as the camel backed them towards the wall next to the fireplace. In his left hand, he held the saw he had taken so long ago. Where was Keiko? Why hadn't she made an appearance yet? The snarling mouth of the camel monster closed in on Mark, its hot breath the smell of burning leaves. Amy gasped behind him when she realized there was only the wall behind them. "Don't worry, I won't let it hurt you," he reassured her. The camel snipped at him, but he brought the saw up in time. Its wooden teeth gnashed into the metal of the saw. Mark struggled to keep a hold on it as the carnivorous camelid Christmas miracle thrashed its head left and right. He saw bits of sawdust fall as the metal saw bit into the animated hedge. "Leave my grandpa alone!" Bryce called out defiantly and slammed his grandfather's cane into the side of the humped hedge. It lost its balance and fell into the fireplace. A roaring scream erupted from its maw. Smoke billowed out a moment after. The fire began to spread as the incendiary hedge camel thrashed about. Amy and Mark moved out of the way, looking for something to help keep the fire contained. But they need not have worried, for their hero was in the room with them. The hydrant vomited rusty water all over his villainous friend, trying to help. But by the time the fire was out, the drenched dromedary was only a skeleton of branches. Sadness crossed the hydrant's featureless face as it realized his comrade was no longer moving. The family took a moment to catch their breath now that the fire was out, including the original fire in the fireplace. Bryce watched as soot fell onto the wet log. He took a step closer to the fireplace and picked up the poker. A second later, a pair of cloven feet appeared, then legs. Then Keiko crawled out of the fireplace, covered in soot. She looked around at the scene in front of her, a flicker of sadness in her eyes when they fell on the camel. They had been together for 50 years. She turned her attention to Mark and the tool he held in his hand. "It took me a while to find you, but I have. The game is over. I will not be the laughingstock of the Calicantazari. I need my saw so I can get back to work," Keiko said, and pulled her wand from her belt. She raised it menacingly at Mark and Amy. "Kill it!" Bryce said, connecting the fire poker with Keiko's temple. She crumpled into a pile on the floor. "Bryce!" his grandmother called out. Just then, Jennifer came into the room and reached down and grabbed the wand. She gave a quick look around, like she wanted to say something to her family, but she raced out the door instead. The hydrant followed her, as sentient animated hydrants tend to do. "Mom?" Bryce asked, confused by her actions. "Where are you going?" "Ow, my head!" came Keiko's voice from the floor. Mark quickly wrapped her up in a scarf and tied her to a wet chair. "Now listen to me, Keiko," Mark said, wagging a finger in her face. "I'll give you back this saw, but you have to promise me you will never come back to the surface again. You leave us mortals alone. No deal. Give me what is mine, or I'll have my friends tear you apart." She looked around for her companions, but didn't see any of them. "Where are they?" "They're gone. You're all alone. Do we have a deal?" Mark asked his nemesis. "What's to stop me from agreeing, then coming back anyway?" Keiko asked. "Your word," Mark said. "Give me your word that you will take your saw and leave the mortal realm for good." "Fine, fine," Keiko said in defeat. She lowered her head. Mark nodded to Bryce, who untied her. "Say that you promise," Mark ordered. "I promise on my wand." Keiko patted her pouches and looked up at Mark with a sneer. "How did you do it? You stole my wand! Thief! Thief! I will kill you and your whole family!" Just then, Jennifer entered the door. Everyone froze in place. There was someone looming behind her in the shadows of the winter night. "Dad?" Bryce asked the figure. He was shocked as the living room light illuminated his father's face as he stepped inside, a face he thought he would never see again. His father pushed past and came to his son's side. He gave him a smile and took the poker from him. With a suddenness that left everyone in shock, Brandon pierced the heart of Keiko, ending her life. Everyone stood in silence for a moment, looking at the carnage. Bryce wrapped his arms around his father and squeezed tight. Jennifer pulled the wand from her pocket and threw it onto the corpse laying on the floor. "Enough of this! It's Christmas Eve after all," Mark said, and dragged Keiko's body over to the fireplace. "Help me get it lit, will you, Bryce?" Together, grandfather and grandson got the fire going, and when the flames were high enough, they tossed Keiko's body, who went up quickly, but smelled like burnt hair. Mark looked over at his wife Amy, his daughter Jennifer, and her husband Brandon. A smile crossed both their faces as they were now reunited. Mark had to assume from the rod that brought things to life. Still clinging to his father was Mark's grandson, Bryce, with the biggest smile of all. "Christmas is a time for family," Mark said, and sat in his chair. He barely noticed the fangs on Brandon as he dozed off in his beloved recliner. Looking through the window in the cold, blistery night, a lonely hydrant made an important decision. It was time to see what it could make of itself in this world. He was no longer taking orders. It was, indeed, its own hydrant. High Beams on Christmas by Rob Fields. Rhea Autumn was attending a Christmas party at Brighton Mirren's house. She didn't really have much going on after her family opened presents that morning. She could have gone to the Strickfield Centennial Theater since they were open on Christmas Day, but there really wasn't anything she truly wanted to see there. Also, she didn't want to be alone. She never liked being alone. Then, as if her prayers of curing her loneliness were answered, she received the group Facebook message from Brighton Mirren, inviting anyone in the group who didn't have anything to do to an impromptu Christmas party at her house. Rhea quickly changed for the party and went downstairs to leave. After telling her parents she was going to a Christmas party, they told her not to be there too long, considering the family's big dinner was going to be around 7 p.m. Rhea got into her car and drove to Brighton's house. She was glad that Brighton was one of the select few Mirrens who didn't live inside the gated community, where the majority of the others lived. Brighton lived in a beautiful 2-story house on Pleasant Valley Road. At the same time, Rhea was feeling a little jittery, knowing Brighton's house was only 3 houses down from the Carnavash estate, which was known to be haunted. Rhea made it past the old mansion without any issues. She was comfortable knowing it was still daylight. She parked on the street in front of Brighton's house and got out. Just as she was about to ring the doorbell, the door suddenly opened to reveal the always flamboyant Brighton Mirren herself. "Rhea, I was hoping you would come to my party." Brighton reached out, took Rhea's hand, and pulled her into the house. Brighton was always the center of attention. Even today, she was wearing a Christmas-colored dress that didn't leave a lot to the imagination. She even had her hair dyed in red and green streaks with glitter, which she would wash out after the party was over. Even both sets of nails were polished Christmassy. Rhea often wondered why Brighton had taken such a liking to her. Rhea was a girl who got around and had no problem hooking up with someone. Even though she had been branded the school slut at Strickfield High School, there were a few of her fellow students who were pining for her affections. At the same time, Rhea didn't know whether to be scared of Brighton or if she was always so flamboyant. Rhea's eyes opened wide when Brighton leaned in and pecked her on the lips. After the kiss, she pointed up. "Mistletoe." Then she gestured to the kitchen and dining room. "There's plenty to eat and drink here, so help yourself. Mi casa, su casa." Rhea took a silent breath of relief when the doorbell rang. Brighton turned away and went to answer. Rhea wondered why Brighton kissed her the way she did. In fact, it wasn't the first time Brighton had kissed her. Rhea shook her head slowly and went to see what she felt like eating. She knew she couldn't stuff herself since her family would have Christmas dinner later. As she was making a small plate and admiring the Christmas tree and decorations, she loved the attention many of the guys were giving her. Rhea herself wore form-fitting clothes in the style of a shoulderless top and pants. On her feet, she wore red pumps. As she started to eat, she felt someone standing right behind her and wondered if Brighton had returned. Rhea twirled to see the last person in the world she ever wanted to talk to. Molson Jagger had a bottle of beer in his hand as he grinned, looking her over. "Merry Christmas, Rhea," he said. Yeah, same to you," she replied, clearly conveying she did not want to talk to him. As she was about to walk away, he took hold of her arm. Now, you just wait a minute here." When he was looking into Rhea's eyes, he demanded, "What's your problem, huh? You always act like I'm trying to get you alone." He looked down at her cleavage. "Not that that wouldn't be a bad thing, but you get the idea." "Leave me alone, Molson," she snapped. Molson shook his head slowly. "Not until you tell me what your problem is." Rhea groaned. "Fine. It's no secret you've always been in and out of trouble with the law. In fact, I heard you just got out of jail. Again." "Uh-huh." Then Molson pointed right at her. "That was bullshit. Yeah, the knife was found in my hand. I ain't gonna lie about that. But I wasn't the one who stabbed Brian Giles. Anyway, he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. The police couldn't pin anything on me, so they let me out." Rhea pointed at him. "You should be in Glenview, not in the local jail." She lowered her hand. "What did you do? Threaten to beat up Brighton if she didn't invite you to her party? Or did you just crash, like you've done to most of the other parties I've seen you at?" Molson sneers. "I only crash the parties you happen to be at, Rhea." Then he put both his hands on his heart. "Face it, babe. You're the one girl here in Strickfield who truly rocks my world. And my Christmas wish for you to go on a date, just one, with me. Or we could skip the date and just go fuck somewhere. Lady's choice." Now Rhea sneered as she put her plate down. Then she raised both her middle fingers right in his face. As if perfect timing was on her side, Rhea turned and swiped the incoming Brighton to her and locked their lips. Brighton's hands went up in surprise as she moaned. Then she went with it and kissed Rhea back. After a little bit, the two girls came apart. Rhea gave Molson a look that dared him to challenge her claim to Brighton. "Fuck you, Rhea," Molson said with disgust. When Molson walked away, Rhea soon realized maybe kissing Brighton might not have been the best idea. Brighton smiled and took Rhea's hands. "I won't force you, babe. For the record, I swing both ways. Give me your phone number." Rhea couldn't believe she was handing Brighton her phone. A few moments later, Brighton handed it back to her. "You've got my number now. Text or call any time. And I do mean any time." It was then when another guy appeared. Jack Rosemont gave his Dennis Quaid-like smile as he looked at Brighton. Still trying to sleep with everybody at Strickfield High, regardless of sex. Neither girl was sure whom he was addressing. Brighton glared at him. Last I checked, I didn't invite you to my party. Jack looked at Rhea. Better be careful. Brighton doesn't handle rejection very well. She doesn't live in that walled-off community with the rest of her family, but she's just as rich as the rest of them. They live by the credo that they always get what they want. If Brighton wants you, Rhea, she won't stop until she gets you in her bed. When Rhea gulped, Brighton clenched her fists and growled. Then she raised a hand and pointed at him. Fuck you, Jack! I believe you know where the door is. Use it and get the fuck out of my house. When Brighton stormed away, Rhea turned to Jack. Thank you. Then Rhea's eyes were wide open when Jack eased her into his arms and kissed her. Though Rhea had dated and been with plenty of guys at Strickfield High, she secretly had a huge crush on Jack. The kiss was lasting longer and longer. Rhea was beginning to wonder if they were going to have sex soon, because she was getting more and more in the mood. It wasn't long before Jack felt being pulled away from her. Then Rhea cried out when she saw another man punch Jack. When Jack was on the floor, Rhea quickly went to him. Jack checked his jaw and then looked up at his attacker. Devin Crenshaw, a known jock who was twice the size of Jack, pointed down at him. Fuck you, asshole! Then he pointed at Rhea. Guess I don't mean that much to you after a few dates. We even fucked. Now you're looking for another guy? And don't think I didn't see you kissing Brighton. She stood up and shoved Devin, who hardly moved. Then she put her finger in his face. I told you to leave me alone. Who I date and who I fuck are none of your goddamn business. Devin sneered. Just how many guys do you need, Rhea? How many were you fucking while we were dating? Yeah, word sure got around about you fast. Face it, you got a rep being the school slut. Then he looked past her to Jack as he was getting up. Better watch Rhea if you get with her. She don't commit to just one person. You might think she's yours, but remember, she loves sleeping around. Fuck you! Rhea yelled. Don't drag my name through the mud because you couldn't get it up. Snorting nose candy does that, you know. Devin shoved her. Rhea staggered back and was caught by Jack. It wasn't long before another guy showed up. Molson was just as big as Devin, except now the latter was looking at a switchblade. Better get the hell out of here, Molson told Devin, or you ain't gonna have that little pecker to call your own. Just then, Brighton returned and took the switchblade from Molson. After retracting it and handing it back to him, she smiled. I believe I told you could come to my party if you weren't going to start any trouble. Molson smiled back. Hey, hottie, it wasn't me this time. It was this jock motherfucker here. Brighton uttered a romantic sigh. Then she walked right into Devin's face. Last I checked, I sure as hell didn't invite you either. Devin grinned like the Cheshire Cat from Alice in Wonderland. But you invite a hood and the school slut here. Hell, I even see some geeks here. What is this, a Christmas party for all the shit that walks the halls of Strickfield High? But Brighton didn't back down. You can either leave or... She put a few fingers in her mouth and whistled. Even over the Christmas music, two very big dogs came to her side. You're familiar with my boys here, right? Last I checked, Brutus and Bronson here. Ooh, I do believe they're growling, Devin. I think it's safe to say they just don't like you. All I have to do is point right at you, and they'll have you for a special Christmas treat. You fucking bitch, he growled. Hey, you jock asshole, you're in my house, Brighton persisted. Your move. Devin looked from one growling dog to the next. Devin had fought with the dogs a few times before and lost each time. He wanted to fight them again, but he knew how rough the dogs could be. Then there was the fact of how sharp their teeth were. "Okay, bitch, I'm leaving," Devin replied. Then he pointed to Jack. "I ain't finished with you, asshole." Then to Rhea. "Have a good time, slut." Rhea had an unopened can of beer in her hand and threw it at him. Devin caught it, cracked it open, and drank it down in one gulp. He was still smiling his wicked smile when he slammed the can down on the counter. Ah! After that, he walked to the front door and left. Brighton turned to Rhea. "You okay, baby?" Rhea had her eyes closed and her fists tightened as she was taking quick breaths. Clearly Devin had pulled the right strings with her to piss her off. "Oh, you poor thing," Brighton purred as she came into Rhea. Jack watched as Brighton kissed her again. Rhea soon calmed down and held Brighton close. It seemed as if the girls would never stop kissing. He wondered if Brighton would take Rhea to her room. Shortly after, the girls finally disengaged. "Oh, wow, you're blushing, Rhea," Brighton laughed. Rhea bit her lower lip and muttered, "Shit." Brighton again turned away to check on her other guests. Rhea looked at Jack. "I'm sorry." "Why did you do it, Rhea?" Jack demanded. "Why did you fool around with so many people?" Rhea closed her eyes and sighed. "I don't know." Finally, she decided she had had enough. "I'm going home. I really don't need this shit today." Jack stopped her. "Wait a minute. You're just going to run away?" He pulled Rhea to him and held her close. "What was that earlier when I kissed you?" Rhea collected herself and looked at him. "You tell me. You kissed me, remember?" "You know I've always cared about you," he reminded her. "I even told you that back when we were in Strickfield Junior High. How come you won't give me the time of day?" "Is that what you want, Jack?" Rhea asked. "You want to date me?" He took her hand. "I want to do more than date you, Rhea. I want to be with you." They looked at each other for a long moment. Then Rhea gently squeezed his hand as she took him outside. They went to the little cottage out back and went inside. After closing and locking the door, Jack backed Rhea up against the wall and kissed her again. Rhea gave in and kissed him back again. Eventually, Rhea gave in completely when Jack stopped kissing her and scooped her up into his arms. Then he took her into the bedroom and laid her down on the soft mattress. He got on the bed beside her and began kissing her again. Soon, the two of them began undressing each other. As it was getting dark, Rhea and Jack came back into the house. After the two of them had had sex, everything exploded. Jack told Rhea that he loved her, but she couldn't say it back. In fact, she had told Jack that what they had done was just sex. The two of them were still arguing, getting the attention of everybody else who was looking to watch the drama unfold. Even Brighton was looking at them with great interest. Rhea looked as though she was ready to pick up the punch bowl filled with eggnog and throw the spiked, thick liquid all over him. Suddenly, someone grabbed Jack and started laying into him. Brighton yelled when she saw that Devin Crenshaw had returned. "You son of a bitch!" he roared. "I know you were with Rhea." Jack tried fighting back, but he was clearly no match for Devin. It was when Devin lifted Jack up and dropped him right onto the dining room table, making it collapse, that Brighton was right there with a big, sharp kitchen knife. "I mean it, you bastard!" she yelled. "Get the fuck out of my house or—" Suddenly, Devin snatched her wrists to make her drop her knife. "Or what, rich bitch?" Devin quickly looked for the dogs, but he soon found a fist coming his way. On impact, he let go of Brighton and staggered back. Another punch sent him right to the floor. Molson Jagger was certainly ready for a fight. "Get up!" Molson yelled. "I don't care if I end up back in jail tonight or not. Get up!" Then Devin heard the familiar whistle. Soon the dogs were right there and waiting for Brighton's command. When Rhea helped Jack up, he pushed her away. "You know what? Just leave me alone. I'm going home." He pointed at her. "You don't just play with people's hearts like that. You really are a cold, emotionless bitch. You know that? Have a nice life." At first, Rhea wanted to run after him, but she found she didn't really care and let him leave. "Last time, Devin, get your motherfucking ass out of my house right now, or I will let my dogs have their special Christmas dinner with you," Brighton threatened. But one of the dogs wasn't going to wait for his master's command and sank his teeth into Devin's wrist. Devin cried out and tried shaking the dog free. The other animal followed suit and chomped down on the other wrist. Devin cursed again and again as he tried shaking them off. Eventually the dogs got him to the floor and were on top of him. After a while, Brighton gave the order for the dogs to leave him. They did so without needing to be told twice. Devin slowly got up and pointed at her. "This ain't over." When he saw Brighton was getting ready to order the dogs on him again, he raised his hands in front of him. Okay, bitch, I'm leaving." Devin made his way to the front door again, but before he left, he pointed right at Rhea. "You'll be back. You know you will. You know what? Don't you dare leave this party tonight. I'll be waiting for you." Then he pulled the door shut. Brighton and Rhea both looked out the front window to see Devin walking away from the house. It was obvious he was cursing and yelling at no one in particular. Eventually, he was gone. Rhea sighed. "You know what? I think I'm going to go home too. I've caused a lot of trouble here today, and on Christmas of all days." But Brighton wouldn't hear of it and eased her arms around Rhea. "Honey, no. You don't have to leave. In fact, I don't want you to." Rhea moaned again when Brighton kissed her. When their kissing became more intense, Rhea felt she truly wanted to give in to Brighton. However, she forced herself to stop. "No, Brighton. I'm sorry, but this was all a mistake," Rhea said, as she started crying. Rhea grabbed her jacket and stormed out the front door. Brighton appeared at the doorway. Then Molson appeared too. "What are you going to do? Keep running away when the going gets too rough for you?" Molson jeered. Rhea turned to him. "Fuck you!" Molson stepped off the porch steps. "Hey, you know I'm ready, baby. I'll gladly take you to bed and show you what you've been missing out on." Rhea growled until she ran up to Molson and punched him in the face. All it did was rock him slightly. When he looked back at her, Rhea gasped and turned to run. She quickly moved back to her car. As Molson started marching towards her, he suddenly stopped. "Stay here, Rhea," he rumbled. "I mean it. Don't get in your car and leave." Rhea raised her middle finger. "Fuck you, Molson. Why can't you just leave me alone? Why do you have to keep coming after me all the time? Just fuck off." Molson tightened his fists. "Don't get in your car and leave, Rhea. You'll be making a big mistake." Rhea groaned and got in her car. She quickly started it. Molson was at her door and trying to pull on the handle. She flipped him off again before she quickly shifted gears and sped away as he continued to yell at her. "Jesus Christ," Rhea groaned. "What the fuck is wrong with me?" Rhea knew that people always talked about her at Strickfield High. She knew people called her the school slut. Just the same, she knew she couldn't stop. She loved being with people too much. She refused to be alone, even if it meant having to be sexual with them. After she had lost her virginity, she knew she always had to be with someone. "Oh my God, Molson, leave me alone!" she yelled when she saw his truck coming up behind her. As Rhea was about to lift her middle finger to him again, the truck suddenly turned on its high beams, flooding her car with light. "Bastard!" Rhea screamed. When the brights were off, Rhea sped up and eventually turned at a nearby road. The truck quickly followed. Rhea dug into her purse to try and find her phone, but she was too angry and flustered to grab it. Suddenly, the truck came alive with its high beams again. Once more, her compartment was ablaze with light. "God damn you, Molson!" Rhea screamed. "Leave me alone!" The high beams went off again. Not even a half-minute later, they were back on. Rhea screamed like a banshee and was so upset that she didn't care about driving safely. She tightened her hands around the steering wheel and floored the gas. She sped away from the truck. The high beams went off and the truck moved and stayed right behind her. Rhea sped through Strickfield and eventually drove down Indian Hollow Road. No matter where Rhea drove, Molson and his big pickup stayed right behind her. Every so often, the high beams would keep coming on and flooding her car with light. She dug into her purse again to try and pull out her smartphone. When she finally had it, she hit a bump in the road that caused her to drop it on the passenger side floor, where she could easily reach it. "Shit!" she shrieked. She screamed one more time when her car was filled with bright light yet again. She turned off Indian Hollow Road and made her way toward downtown Village. As she turned down her road, the truck stayed right behind her. The brights came on again, and this time, they remained on. She was only a quarter mile from her house when she became deeply flustered. When Rhea recognized the bright Christmas lights on her home, she jammed on the brakes and turned into her driveway. She pulled right up to the garage and stopped fast. Molson pulled in right behind her. Rhea got out of her car and pointed at him. "Get out of here, you bastard!" Suddenly, the front porch light came on. The door soon opened to reveal Rhea's father. "What the hell is going on out here?" Rhea turned to her dad. "Call the police!" she screamed. As soon as both Rhea and her father saw Molson, with a gun in his hand, her father quickly went inside to dial 911. Rhea could have easily gone inside herself, but she was much too angry to even think straight. "So it's come to this, huh?" Rhea yelled. "I hate you!" Molson remained where he was, pointing the gun at no one in particular. Soon, 2 Strickfield police cars came speeding down her road. After screeching to a halt, the officers got out of their car. Much to Rhea's delight, the police started to arrest Molson. Then she heard him say something to the police that completely caught her off guard. "Whoa, whoa, whoa, you don't want to arrest me this time," he pointed to Rhea's car. "You want him!" 2 of the officers went to her car. They had their guns drawn, as one of them opened the driver's side door. Then he pointed his gun in back. "Freeze right there!" Rhea was horrified when she saw the police pulling Jack Rosemont out of the back seat. They also found a long, sharp kitchen knife back there with him, probably from the incident at Brighton's house earlier. Jack turned and pointed right at Rhea. Then he said in front of her parents, "I was going to make sure you never fucked around on anybody ever again. You just don't break people's hearts like that. I guess you'll always be the school slut." Rhea started crying, especially when her parents were finally learning the truth about her. The police took Jack away. When they got statements from both Rhea and Molson, that was when she heard his explanation. Molson wanted to confront Rhea at Brighton Mirren's house. That was when he saw that Jack was already in the back seat. He tried to warn her, but she wouldn't listen. When Rhea fled, Molson quickly jumped into his truck and pursued her. Every time Molson would see Jack come up out of the back seat to try and overpower Rhea, he would turn on his high beams. Fearing that he would be seen, Jack would quickly crouch back down. Every time thereafter, When Jack would try overpowering Rhea again, Molson would turn on his high beams. Eventually, Rhea would lead him back to her house, where she felt she would be safe. When the police checked Molson's gun, they found it wasn't loaded. Since Molson had saved Rhea's life, there would be no charges filed against him. Molson would not be arrested or returned to jail. Rhea became emotional and threw herself into Molson's arms. She expected him to just throw her aside, but he didn't. He held her gently until she was ready to pull away. A Sinister Santa Spectacle by Keith Tomlin. The lights from the huge Christmas tree sitting in the middle of the small park next to City Hall lit up the street, a mist in the air giving each light a halo. The cold wind blew the light layer of snow across the sidewalk and street. Many people stood around the tree with their children in hand, enjoying the holiday display. From deep within the branches of the Christmas tree appeared a man-like silhouette that solidified as it got closer to the outside of the tree. A tall, impossibly thin man stepped out from the branches and held his hand up high, one holding a silver cane as if he was a rock star on stage, acknowledging his many adoring fans. He wore a Christmas version of a ringmaster. His two-tailed jacket was green with tufts of white fur at the cuffs. On his head sat a red top hat, which itself was topped with a Santa hat, sitting at an impossible angle. He did a forward roll, barely missing several spectators who seemed to have only eyes for the tree as they did not react to his antics. Hello, children, adults, and those in between. I am your humble servant, Jack Scratch. It's been years, the speaker spun around, since I've been able to experience the joy and agony that is Christmas. I normally only make it to the mortal realm on Halloween, but I was exceptionally busy this year after all, with the election and all. It's been a banner year for the big guy downstairs, and the Dark Lord took pity on his unworthy minion. He bowed in mock humility and allowed me to visit on this most holy of occasions. Christmas! This is my second favorite holiday. I find the despair and greed irresistible. He gestured like he was playing a violin. These are a few of my favorite things, he said in a musical voice. It's hard to find that perfect gift for someone. You think you know what they want, but can you really see deep down inside their souls for their true heart's desire? Let's see what happens when a perfect family finds the perfect gift. He gestured at a family of 5 walking down the street, a couple walking arm in arm, and 3 adorable children. Maybe it's not the most clever title, but I think I'll call this one, The Gift. Open a gift on Christmas Eve? Why would we do that? Mark said, with an air of feigned puzzlement. Come on, Dad, Sophia whined. She risked a quick glance at the presents piled in front of the family Christmas tree before snapping her eyes back to her father. She searched his face, her 6-year-old mind trying to comprehend why her father would treat her so cruelly. She started to open her mouth to protest the injustice of it all, but her older brother beat her to it. Dad, you know we do this every year, Ethan said. After dinner on Christmas Eve, we always open one gift. He pointed at his younger brother and sister. I mean, Look how excited they are. We can't disappoint the children." Both Sophia and Connor, the youngest of the bunch, nodded, wild-eyed. Mark tried not to smile. Damn, he thought. They grow up so fast. Ethan just turned 12, and he was already sounding like a lawyer, just like his old man. It's been a tough couple of years, starting a new job and moving to a new city. He hasn't been able to spend as much time at home as he liked, but he wanted to provide for his family and give them the best life he could. Mark rubbed the stubble on his chin. Well, I don't know. Mark joined his sister in whining. Dad! While a 3-year-old Connor just giggled and clapped his hands. What do you think? Mark looked over at his wife, Susan. I think you better stop teasing them or we may have a riot on our hands, Susan said, as she reached over and picked up Connor, plopping him in her lap. Okay, fine. I know when I'm beaten, Mark conceded. He moved over to the end of the couch and began to look through the mound of gifts. He pulled a couple of them out and put them on the couch next to him. He stopped, looking puzzled, and pulled a medium-sized box out of the pile. He held it up for Susan to look at. I don't recognize this wrapping paper. Do you know where it came from? Susan leaned forward and studied the gift. The wrapping paper depicted a Santa Claus with horns and flames surrounding him, sitting in a sled being pulled by skeleton reindeer. No, I've never seen that before. It's very unsettling, she said, as the chills ran through her. Mark looked at every side of the gift. There's not a card or anything. He shook it, but couldn't hear anything. I'm gonna open it. Susan looked apprehensive. Maybe we should just put it aside until we figure out who it came from. Tearing into the package, Mark did not seem to hear her. He tore off the wrapping to reveal an ancient-looking, lacquered wooden box. For some reason, the box looked bigger unwrapped. He set the box on the coffee table and sat there staring at it for a few minutes. His wife and the kids, even the baby, also sat there, unmoving. Mark shook his head like he was jerking away from a dream. He reached out and slowly opened the box. The lid seemed to jump and sprung all the way open. A smell of ancient dust, fire, and a trace of something else, something sinister and sickening, permeated the air. Mark slowly leaned forward and looked into the box. He saw a necklace with a pendant hanging from it. The pendant showed a skull in the middle of a pentagram. When Mark touched the necklace, it flickered, and he was now holding a pair of dog tags. What? Mark whispered as he pulled them from the box and held them up. He looked over the dog tags, confused, until he read the name emblazoned on them. My God, Mark thought, as he carefully turned them over in his hands. These were his grandfather's. He hadn't seen them since he was a kid, playing soldier with his cousins. He remembered the hours spent listening to his grandfather, his hero, talking about World War II and Korea. His grandfather had an endless supply of amusing anecdotes about army life, which he loved telling. When he got a few beers in him, he would talk about the more violent side of war, and those were Mark's favorite stories. Mark had lost the dog tags while playing in the woods when he was 11. His grandfather said he wasn't upset, but Mark could see the disappointment in his eyes. Losing them was one of the biggest regrets in Mark's life, and now he finally had them back. Susan's eyes teared up when she saw what Mark pulled from the box. The ragged doll hanging from Mark's hands looked like it was being held together by only a few threads, but to Susan, the doll was perfect. The doll had been her mother's, and her mother's before her. It was passed on to Susan when she was just a toddler. Susan grew up an army brat. Her father was an army doctor, and they seemed to have to move every year or two when she was growing up. That doll was her constant and sometimes only friend. She loved that doll and was devastated when it was lost in an apartment fire soon after she graduated from college. She slowly began to reach out to take the doll. At that moment, Ethan gasped as his dad pulled out his old baseball glove. Back in his old house, his father used to play catch with him every day after school when the weather was nice. On days when they couldn't go outside, he remembered sitting in the den while his dad went through his massive collection of baseball cards, explaining the stats and the history of the players. His dad's new job didn't allow him to get home before dark, and he kept putting off spending time with Ethan, promising to play catch tomorrow, which never seemed to come around. His eyes teared up with shame when he thought about how he threw the glove away last year in a fit of anger and resentment. Ethan had regretted that ever since. Sophia stared, mesmerized at the little black puppy in her father's hands. It was beautiful, its long ears flopping every time her dad moved his hands. Its sad puppy dog eyes staring deep into her soul. Every year that she could remember, she always asked for a dog for Christmas, but her parents kept telling her no, that she wasn't old enough to take care of one. Susan reached out for the doll in her husband's grip. As her hands touched it, Mark seemed to jerk back to reality and pulled his hands away. "Those dog tags are mine!" Susan lunged forward, grabbing again at the doll. "Stop it! What are you doing? Why would you want this?" Ethan yelled. "Where did you get that glove? It's mine! Look inside, you'll see my name!" He took a swipe at the glove in his father's hands, but missed. Using his right hand, Mark fended off Susan and Ethan as he held the dog tags off to the side with his right hand. Mark swung the puppy around, squeezing it so hard that it began to whimper. Sophia's little heart broke, and she snapped. "Don't you hurt that dog!" she screamed, leaping up onto the coffee table and jumping into her dad's lap, inadvertently landing on his crotch. Mark screamed in pain as Sophia grabbed the dog and ran out of the living room and up the stairs. Mark screamed, "You little bitch! Get back here!" Susan yelled, "Bring Mommy her doll!" She jumped to her feet, causing Connor to be flung forward, hitting the side of his head on the edge of the coffee table. He hit the ground and began screaming in pain. Susan didn't seem to notice as she ran off after Sophia. Both Mark and Ethan leapt up and ran out of the room, following Susan. Mark stepped on Connor's leg as he ran by. No one heard the crack of a bone breaking or of a baby crying. The two adults and Ethan searched the second floor looking for their gift. Ethan entered the laundry room, pausing to see if he could hear anything. Hearing only silence, he looked under the folding table and behind the door and did not see Sophia. He pulled the door of a cabinet open and there she was, cradling his baseball glove to her like it was a baby. She screamed and began kicking at him. Grunting, he grabbed her leg and dragged her out onto the floor. Her head hit with a loud thump on the floor as she laid there dazed. Screaming with triumph, Ethan grabbed the glove and began to run. After only 2 steps, he stumbled, tripped up by Sophia, who latched onto his leg. The glove flew across the room, bouncing off of the dryer. Sophia grabbed her puppy and began to stand when a toolbox slammed down on the back of her head. A panting Ethan growled with frustration as he tossed the toolbox aside. The box hit the wall and popped open, spilling screwdrivers and a hammer across the floor. Grabbing the baseball glove, Ethan ran out of the room and into the hallway. Connor's screams subsided, turning more into a loud whimper. The young man made it to the top of the stairs before a hand grabbed the back of his shirt and spun him around. Mark's face was filled with hate as he looked at his son. When his eyes flickered to the chain and tags in Ethan's hand, he screamed in rage. Grabbing Ethan's throat, he began to squeeze as he grabbed the tags with his other hand. The veins on his throat began to stand out as he squeezed even harder, Ethan's eyes bulging. Finally, a crack echoed through the hall as Ethan went limp. Dropping the body, Mark stood there, examining the dog tags as the cries from Connor faded into silence. That silence was broken by a primal scream. Clawing on his face, Mark grunted as her long fingernails raked across his flesh. A loud pop echoed through the hall as she dug a finger into his left eye. She snatched at the doll as one arm snaked around his neck. With a roar, Mark reached behind him and grabbed Susan's head. He leaned forward as he pulled and flipped Susan forward and over the railing into the air. A sickening splat reverberated through the house as Susan hit the living room floor below. Roaring with triumph, Mark turned around and saw his daughter standing there. Sophia swayed back and forth, blood pouring from the back of her head. Confusion filled Mark's face as he tried to reach out to move her aside, but instead slumped to his knees. Looking down, he noticed a screwdriver sticking out of his chest. He glanced at his daughter again in confusion and fell forward, driving the screwdriver deeper. Stumbling forward, shaking her head to try to clear the double vision, Sophia gently picked up the puppy and headed downstairs, leaving a trail of blood in her wake. She had to stop several times on the stairs to wait out bouts of dizziness, but she finally made it to the bottom and walked across the room. She left bloody footprints as she stumbled through the puddles of gore that were her mother. When she made it to the Christmas tree, she laid down, embraced her puppy, and closed her eyes for the last time. Brr! Jack shook all over, his grin belittling his claim. I'm not used to this cold. It's quite toasty where I'm from. Ah, the sacrifices I make for my fans. He sighed mockingly. He looked around. I do so miss the hustle and bustle of kids running around for trick-or-treating, unsupervised, Jack stated. But it seems like the streets are getting pretty bare here. not that many people out and about except maybe for carolers, he said, pointing at a house where a small group of people stood around a front porch singing Christmas carols. Well, I suppose we'll just call this one The Carolers. Phil Miller closed the wedding album and wiped the tears from his eyes. He took another drink of whiskey and looked longingly at the picture of a happy older couple standing in front of an ancient ruin, smiling like they had the rest of eternity together. God, I miss you, he mumbled. The picture was from their trip to Rome, a trip that his wife Margaret had been asking him to go on for decades. He finally had the time and money to take the trip after his retirement from his job driving long-haul tractor trailers. He took another swig of whiskey. God damn it, he said as he tossed the wedding album onto the coffee table. Although it had been almost 2 years since Margaret died, it still seemed like he would hear her voice coming from the kitchen, telling him it was time to eat. He could almost smell the roast cooking in the oven, his favorite meal, and one that she learned to cook to perfection. A hint of a smile crossed his face as he remembered when they first wed. He would come home from a 12-hour shift, sweeping up sawdust at Cooper's Lumber, and she would have dinner ready for him, or at least something that vaguely resembled dinner. He would say that it looked good and eat every last burnt bite, both knowing that it was a lie. That woman could burn water. It took her years, but eventually she became the best cook he knew, even including his mother. He poured more whiskey into his glass. The drink didn't make the pain hurt less. It just made him not care as much. As he lifted the glass to his mouth, he suddenly realized he heard singing from outside. He wasn't sure if it just started or it had been going on a while, and he was too lost in his memories to notice. But, sure as shit, there was Christmas music coming from his front yard. Sitting the glass on a side table, he stood and walked to the picture window. Pulling the blinds aside, he saw 7 or 8 people standing in a semicircle, facing his front door. Carolers. Goddamn Christmas carolers. Besides the clerks at the liquor store, he hasn't had contact with other people since the funeral. Cursing, he made sure his robe was tied shut and walked to the front door. As he stepped onto his porch, the cold hit him like a sledgehammer. Fuck, he thought. This is gonna sober me up. It was eerie. The carolers ignored his presence, continuing to sing Little Drummer Boy, after which they launched into Silent Night. Phil took a good look at them. They seemed off somehow. Most were adults, and some of those were dressed in old-timey outfits. The lone child was a girl, maybe 12 or so, dressed in some kind of Quaker outfit, her long blonde hair tied in braids. Phil tried not to shiver and to be polite by standing there and acting like he was enjoying the show. When they finished Silent Night, they stopped singing and just stood there, unmoving, staring at him expectantly. After a minute of uncomfortable silence, Phil finally spoke. Well, that was great. Very, Christmassy. A few more seconds of silence passed until he spoke again. I'm not sure how to handle this, My wife used to be the one to take care of this kind of stuff." He looked at the singers, and none of them moved, each staring, unblinking, at him. "Well, let me run inside and grab my wallet." He waited for an acknowledgement, and, when none came, he stumbled inside and retrieved his billfold from a table next to the front door. When he returned, he walked toward the edge of the porch, digging through his wallet. He held out a $20 bill. "Here you go. Give it to charity or divide it between yourselves. Have a Merry Christmas." He stood there for at least 10 seconds before the young girl rushed forward, ripping the bill out of his hands. She turned and ran off into the darkness. As if that were a signal, the other singers turned and wordlessly walked off after her. "Okay," Phil said, confused. "That was weird." He shrugged and walked back inside, shivering from the cold. He locked the door and stood over a heating duct, the hot air blowing up into his robe. After the shivering stopped, he untied his wrap and sat back down on the couch, pouring himself another drink. Margaret would have loved seeing the carolers. She loved bullshit like that. After Beggar's Night, she would talk for a week about the kids and their costumes. She was a people person, the total opposite of Phil. She volunteered both at the animal and homeless shelters. He would often tease her about loving any kind of strays she could find, to which she would usually respond about him needing to find a hobby. He would remind her that he had one: drinking. At the thought of this, Phil held up his whiskey, saluting his dead spouse. He looked over at the bottom of the stairs leading up to the second story. That's where he found her. She died on November 1st, the night after trick-or-treat. He didn't like thinking about that day. Whenever he did think about it, he would drink until the memories faded away. True to his word, he raised the glass to his lips and took a long pull. The cheap, bitter whiskey burned his mouth and throat. He wished he had the money for better whiskey, but in the amounts that he drank, this rotgut was all he could afford. Phil poured more whiskey. The glass was halfway to his mouth when he heard singing again. Those damn carolers were back. He waited a few moments and then, sighing, got up and walked to the front door. Stepping outside, he put on a fake smile. The carolers were singing the second verse of Frosty the Snowman when Phil shut the front door. He looked them over and spotted the little girl with pigtails. Yep, he thought. This is the same bunch. His eyes flicked over the back row, and it seemed like there were quite a few more than before. He continued to stand there, faking a smile, wishing yet again that Margaret was still alive, so she could deal with this bullshit. After Frosty, they sang Jingle Bells, and as they did before, when they finished the second song, they stood there, every eye staring at him. He pulled his wallet out of his robe pocket and removed the last of his cash. He showed the empty wallet to the crowd. So, here's like $53. That's all I have, so, thanks again. It was real nice with the singing and everything. He held the money out, and as before, the little blonde girl ran forward and ripped the money from his hand. After they all disappeared into the darkness, Phil walked back inside, tossing his now cashless wallet onto the table next to the door. He once again warmed up on the heating duct before moving to the couch. Phil drank the rest of his whiskey. He reached over and opened a new bottle, noticing that this was the one that his son-in-law, Jonathan, gave him for Christmas last year. He knew it was from Jonathan because his daughter, April, wouldn't have given anything except for a cold shoulder. Their relationship had been strained for years, and the death of her mother seemed to have pushed her over the edge. He shook his head at the memory of Margaret's funeral. All of the screaming and accusations from his daughter made that dark day even worse. So what if in his younger years he had fallen into the arms of other women? That was between him and Margaret. He was gone at least 4 days a week, delivering cargo all across the country. He was a man after all. He had urges. And was it his fault that drinking made it difficult to resist temptations? He knew that Margaret was aware, but she forgave his weaknesses as long as he indulged away from home. April had no right to accuse him of cheating, and in front of strangers, no less. He angrily slammed his glass down on the wooden arm of the couch, splashing whiskey on his hand. Once again, the hand holding the glass stopped, halfway to his mouth, as he heard singing from outside. "Are you fucking kidding me?" he thought. He leaped ungainly from the couch and stumbled to the door, his robe hanging open. Bursting through the door, he stood ready to berate the singers. But the yard was empty. Confused, he stared for a few seconds before realizing that the singing was coming from behind him. He turned and stepped back inside, slamming the front door shut. The carolers seemed to emerge from the air around him, humming some Christmas song or another. The pigtailed girl was the only one who was silent. She stepped forward and touched his bare chest. "Remember," she said. Phil gasped as he dropped to his knees, his mind going back to the morning of November 1st, the morning that Margaret died. He was in bed, sleeping off another whiskey-filled bender, when pain invaded the darkness. He clawed his way out of unconsciousness and opened his eyes. Margaret was slapping him as hard as she could across his face. After a few tries, he was finally able to grab her hand and stop her. He mumbled, "What the hell's going on?" "How dare you!" she screamed, spittle flying from her mouth. "I put up with all the women when you were on the road. But this," she held up her left hand, where she clenched a stack of Polaroids. "This is sick. Your own daughter." Phil wiped the sweat from his face, his brain racing. "I don't know what those are. Where did you get those?" "I was looking for a pair of scissors and found these in your desk, you sick bastard." She was so young. Tears rolled down Margaret's face. Phil's face was ashen. Damn, he thought. I must have left that desk drawer unlocked last night. On nights when he overindulged, which was often, and Margaret was asleep, he liked to spread the pictures out and reminisce about Daddy's girl. I don't know what those are, he said, pointing to the pictures in her hand. Oh, bullshit, Margaret exclaimed. I'm leaving. I hope you rot in hell, you bastard. She threw the pictures at him, turned, and stomped away. Phil jumped out of bed. Wait, can we talk about this? Margaret ignored him and kept moving. Phil followed, trying to convince her to stay, saying that it was all a misunderstanding. He caught up to her at the top of the stairs. He reached out and grabbed her shoulder. She turned, knocking his hand away, and began to shake her finger in his face, too flustered for words. She took a step back and began to lose her balance. She waved her arms as she struggled to keep from falling. Phil reached out with the intent of pulling her toward him, towards safety. But his hand seemed to have a mind of its own, as he gave her a small, almost gentle push. Margaret plunged down the stairs, her head hitting a step halfway down, and there was a loud crack as her skull was twisted sideways. She landed on her stomach, her face looking up toward the ceiling. Phil stood there, shocked, the reality of the situation finally hitting him. He cleaned up all the pictures and fed them to the shredder. He placed a hamper of clothes at the top of the stairs at an angle to make it look like she tripped and fell. Once he had the scene set, he called the paramedics to let them know that he had woken up to find his wife dead. The pigtailed girl removed her hand, and Phil pitched forward, curling up on the floor, whimpering. She patted the top of his head like she would a prized pet and helped him to his feet. Later that night, 46 miles away in Middletown, Ron Stewart, 35, was sitting on the couch eating chips, drinking Diet Coke, and watching TV. As he watched, he wiped the grease and salt from his hands on the couch cushion, something he would never have done if his mother was still alive. That is, if he hadn't killed her 3 years ago. He cocked his head, as if hearing a noise. He muted the TV and heard singing coming from his front yard. Putting the bag of chips down, he walked to the front porch and saw a group of carolers singing White Christmas. Standing in front was a little blonde girl with pigtails. Standing next to her was an older man wearing a robe. Ron stepped outside to greet the carolers. It's so nice to see a family spending time with each other in these hectic times. Almost brings a tear to my eye. With an exaggerated gesture, he wipes at his eyes. It's always difficult to find that perfect gift, but when you do, it's just so much sweeter. Jack checked his watch. Oh my, it's later than I thought. I'd better get going. But first, I need to find the old Big Red a gift. I have the perfect thing. Jack reached the front gate of an expensive-looking house. Using the cane, he tapped its latch, and it popped open. Swinging the cane like he didn't have a care in the world, Jack walked up to the front door and went inside. He headed past the stairs to the upper level, effortlessly avoiding the body and gore that covered the floor. He approached the Christmas tree and leaned down, grabbing a necklace still locked in the hands of a little girl. When he pulled the necklace up, the congealing blood seemed to try and hold the arm down, but let go as more pressure was applied. Jack Scratch held up the necklace, which appeared to be an amulet showing a skull and pentagram. Ah, perfect, he said as he pocketed the gift. And with that, I must bid you adieu. Jack removed his hat and bowed, the Santa hat hanging on. Much to do before next Halloween, and unlike you, I don't have the time to sit around and listen to podcasts. I have much more exciting and painful things to listen to. Jack put his hat back on his head and strolled out, leaving the house as quiet as a tomb. And that's the last ribbon cut, my spookies. The final Christmas marathon of the year. Emptied out onto the snow like a sack with a hole in it. If you're still breathing, if the lights are still on, if nothing is tapping softly at your window, well, maybe just wait. Because here's the thing about endings. The holidays love to pretend they're neat and tidy. A little bow on the box, a smile for the photo, a clean sign-off. But something's been stirring in the Weekly Spooky feed. And later today, later today, there's another gift coming. Bigger, heavier, the kind you don't remember putting under the tree. And you definitely don't remember ordering. I'm not going to tell you what it is. I'd hate to ruin the surprise. Just keep an eye on the feed. Make sure you've clicked that little subscribe button. And if you see something drop that feels wrong in a festive way, like it slid into place while you weren't looking, well, go ahead, open it. Merry Christmas, my spookies, and sleep with one ear open.